All right. No, guys, forgive me. I haven't done a webinar on Zoom in a while. So if you can hear me, just post in the chat. Let me get things straightened out before we do this. Oh yeah, or do the thumbs up thing. That's always fun. Yo, what's up? Yeah, there I see it. Good. We're good there. And you can see my screen. I think I cracked AI overviews. Echo. I can't handle echo. That's got to be on your end. Okay, awesome. Thank you guys. Holy geez, we got a good one today. I'm so glad so many of you showed up today because this is going to be so insanely killer. Like AI just moves so fast, right? Like everything is moving at the speed of light. I was honestly on a conversation in or yesterday or 2 days, I can't remember what it was, talking to my wife and saying like, I don't know if this is mentally good for me because yesterday or the day before I got to work and then the next thing I know, like my son is tapping on my shoulder at 3 p.m. I start at like 7 a.m. and my son is tapping on my shoulder. Dad, can we go to the skate park? And I'm like, oh my God, I just like did a 9 hour session and it felt like it was like 3 minutes. And it's because of like AI allows me to do so many things so fast, so efficiently that whatever it is I want to do, I know I can do it. And then when I get it done, I'm like, I can also do this and I can also do, and it's just getting crazy. And a big part of what we're going to talk about today is the system. And that's why I have David and Frank on with me, and I'll do those introductions in a bit. But a big part of what we're going to talk about today is the system that I'm using. I got super lucky. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a story, actually, and that'll work in the introductions of Frank and David. Some of you may know, and some of you may not know that I spoke at an event in Phoenix about, I don't even know. It seems like just over a little month ago. And the biggest kind of topic, I guess, or the biggest takeaway, yeah, we are recording, by the way. And actually, yeah, it is recording. Let me make sure Fathom is, thank you for reminding me. I want to make sure Fathom is fired up, and because my Fathom notes, I need to have my Fathom notes. Let me see, add to meeting. Oh, Jesus. Hang on a second. I was just about to get going. It's a good thing. Let me get my Zoomy. But yeah, we're recording, which is probably the most important part. But I like when you guys have meeting notes and then you can use AI to search through things. We're going to be talking for about 6 to 8 hours today. Okay, so get food and tell your kids to go away. Let me, how do I get the link? I know how to do everything but use Zoom. Copy this link. Let me see if I can add this to Fathom. I restarted my computer just before this webinar so that I wouldn't run into any problems. And now look at me, I'm running around like an idiot. Sorry, guys. If you've ever been on my webinars, you know this is me though. Okay, add Fathom to meeting. The URL is invalid. Of course it is. I have to do this, guys. You know why I have to do this? Because I want to make sure you guys have the eight. No, I'm kidding about the 8 hours. I want to make sure Fathom is recording this though, because I want you guys to have access to the notes. Jesus. And then the nicest thing about the replays that we do is when I give you the Fathom link, you can go and ask questions and it reads the transcript and shit like that. But if I don't get that Fathom recording, then you guys have to watch a 4 hour replay. And I know nobody has got time for that. Oh, come on. Fathom back. Dismiss. It says I'm in a webinar. Maybe I'm not logged in. I guess I should have done this a little bit before. You know what? Screw it. I'll figure it out after. Okay. Whatever. Let's just move. Okay. So here's what happened. I spoke at an event, and the biggest thing for me, the biggest takeaway, okay, at the event, it was January, February, March, maybe April. I use AI heavily, especially with SaaS development, right? And I got into it about a year ago, January of maybe this year or a little bit late last year. And where I moved, like I obviously have my ChatGPT script subscription. I obviously have my Claude subscription. I recently got a Grok subscription. I'm very involved in AI because I run a big business. You guys should know I have a lot of softwares. So I use AI for pretty much everything, right? But the one thing I never did is, do you guys remember? Give me a yes or a no when this agentic open claw thing came out, and that was what in about January of this year, and they were like open claw or they were clawed bot or something, and then they did some weird fucking change and blah blah blah, whatever, right? I knew it was there. I knew the buzz around it was massive, right? I knew all this, but what I was currently involved in is like I cannot. I was so deep into coding SaaS with Lovable and like being like, holy shit, I can do anything. I was spending over $2,000 a month in credits on Lovable. I developed Ring Robin, Trust Made Media, Killer EMD, Killer PBN. You guys know a lot of these softwares. I developed them all on Lovable, plus some personal stuff, tools to help me analyze stuff in my business, finances, attributions, all this crazy shit. And I felt unstoppable. And when the buzz surrounding Agentic started happening in January, I purposefully said I am not going down that rabbit hole, right? I don't need another thing to suck me in because I felt like with Lovable I was on crack, like drugs, and I could do anything and have everything. I started getting up earlier in the morning to work more. I started going to bed later. Every time my kids would go on their iPads, I'd run into the office. My wife was getting pissed off. It was literally an obsession. Okay. And I've calmed down since. And I said, I'm not getting into agentic because I think I know what it is. And if it is what I think it is, I'm going to get obsessed again. Right. So I purposefully said no to it. At the live event, my biggest thing was to talk to the guys who were screaming agentic. There was fights between me and Mike Merlino. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this guy talk, but he's this big 6'4" guy. Agentic is the boss. Lovable's a piece of shit. And it was just this crazy, insane conversation. And we're trying to like talk about what's this and that. So I said, okay, what's agentic? Like, what can I really do with agentic was kind of like the main takeaway. So I was we got handed the docs at the event for how to set up this agentic system on OpenClaw because apparently it's quite a technical process. Give me a yes if anybody set up or tried to set up OpenClaw or something similar to it in the chat. Like you got to set up like hosting and a VPS, and then you got to like do all the CLI installations and like. And I've never done it. And I was about to go do it. Right. I was literally Friday. I remember the Friday. Okay, a lot of you have. Friday, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this because I know now what I think Agentic can do for my system. And one of the biggest things I think that for me, agentic, that I wanted was context that transverses models. Meaning, I could, one of the things that sucked for me was like, let's say I got deep into Chat GPT. Then if I wanted to go to Claude, what do I do? Do I like grab the history and bring it over? Like I have to bring that brain over to the other side because there is a hard wall between them, right? There's a hard wall between them. Shit doesn't talk to each other. And Agentic does, right? Agentic has memory that transverses models. And to me, I was like, that's huge, right? So I used to even run the same conversation in two models at the same time to see how the results would differ. And I taught about this. So, anyways, I decided Friday's the day I'm gonna install OpenClaw and see if I can figure this shit out. And then David Cassar here on the webinar we just happened to message, and he's like, "Dude, I want to show you something." And I was like, "What is it?" And we got into it, and I was like, "Oh my Jesus Christ!" He's like, "I think you should go install OpenClaw because what I have for you is gonna like you're gonna see." You go and play with OpenClaw and then you come try mine and you see the difference. And I was like, you know what? I'm too busy of a person to run that kind of test. I'd rather just do the easy thing. So I did, right? Through that, and David Cassar, by the way, guys, give me a yes if you know David Cassar. Say, hey, Dave. I've had webinars with David way back when I was in a partnership. I love David. He's always done good shit. What did you exit, David? You exited that AI
Yeah,
ads tool,
agency apps. Yeah,
agency apps. Yeah, beautiful
agent.
software.
Yeah, I see
And
what
David
see.
and I kind of, man, it's been a great story between me and you. Like I don't know, it's like we're brothers or something. We're kindred
Yeah,
spirits. Like there's so few people online, even in my personal life, like that I meet face to face, not on a computer screen. There's so few people that I just really connect with like right away, to the point that I feel like I could share anything, problems in my life or whatever. And David was one of them. And I did share problems with David in my life. And I'll never forget David, and I'll give you this credit right now because do you remember when I was going through that separation with my partner and I was in a cash bind and I was like, dude, I was in, honest to guys, I was in it deep. I was like, I need $100,000. And I went to David and he's like, I'll do it. I'll run a commission free webinar. You know what I mean? And out of all the people, everyone was finding the polite way to say no. And David's like, let's find a way to say yes. And I ended up not taking the offer because I'm a very proud person, right? I want to stand on my own 2 feet, but I'll never forget that offer from David, from a guy that I've only ever met online. We've had maybe 20 hours of conversation saying, let me find a way to get you $100,000 to help you out financially because I like you. That's the kind of guy David is. That's the kind of guy I want to be around, right? So there's a lot of people on here that know you, David. So that's my story with David. And we hadn't talked for a while. David had some personal stuff he went through. He kind of went underground. He exited his business. He went and did his thing, and then all of a sudden he popped back up at the right time. Now, Frank, where does Frank come into the picture? Frank and David are what? Childhood friends, aren't you guys?
yeah. We've known each other for more than 20 years, very long time, and we've been really good buddies ever since. I actually used to, well, in my early 20s, I moved to Malta, spent some time there, and I actually worked at his parents owned an English language school in Malta. And that's how I got to know Frank. And yeah, that's known each other for more than 20 years now.
So how this now unfolds in my life is David's like, you got to meet Frank, you got to meet Frank, and he's on the other side. He's like, Frank, you got to meet Herc, you got to meet Herc, and of course Frank's crazy busy, and I'm crazy busy, and it's another one of those, fuck, okay, sort of things. And then we had our chat. And what was that chat? It was supposed to be like a quick chat that turned into a 2 hour session about like the future of fucking life and AI and like where are our children going to be and what are we going to do about the direction we're headed in this world, right? And it was just like, oh boy, Frank's another one, right? He showed me some of the things he was doing on a massive level that I really want to shout out right now, Frank, because I love what it is. So Frank's a developer. I think you've got like what 40 some years of dev experience. Like he's a mad scientist, one of the most intelligent people I've ever talked to. And when you hear him talk, you'll be as intimidated as I was listening to him talk because he's smart and you'll know it. But he cares about the world. He cares about humanity. He understands AI. He understands history and he understands where he believes the world is going. And he saw centralized systems, like food delivery services, Uber, Airbnb, these centralized systems, where really these centralized systems are built to help people. But when you really peel back the layers, where does the profit in these systems go? To the corpse, right? To the corpse. It's helping people like that, but it's helping the corpse like that, right? And Frank's like, fuck this. I'm gonna take this because he knows it. He's like, I'm gonna take this technology, I'm gonna build something to help feed the world, right? And so and it was a food delivery service you built, right? Frank, I'm gonna let you talk
Yeah.
about it a little bit before we get into the AI overview shit because it's important. And I want you to understand who this guy is. Okay, so Frank, tell them a little bit about that project because I love it.
Dude, I was just enjoying like listening to you two. I completely forgot I was on this. I was really enjoying this. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for the shout out on that because it's yeah, it's super important. It's just we instead of having the corporations own and run everything, we hand it back to the community. We basically set up a cooperative for them and they take over the food delivery network. themselves. This brings the price down for them, which then brings the price down for the consumers. So on our network, and we haven't really, we're launching it right. We're sort of in the process of that team's getting on with it, but it's all ready to go. And it'll bring the price down of food delivery by about 20% worldwide when we do that, just by just getting rid of the parasites and stuff. So like, I really appreciate the shout out on that. I'm like looking forward to, I kind of want to do a big talk with you on that one day as well. I'm like looking forward to that so much. But it leads into, we actually built this thing that we're about to, show, to help with that, because part of what it was bringing down costs for everyone. So if anything was dragging the price back up, corporations have a lot of resources, so they can sort of win on the fact that they outspend everyone else. So if we can get the public to own, not the public really, the merchants themselves, the restaurants themselves, to be able to own and run something, and we can bring the costs of running that down, we can then drag it down, the price down even further. So they pay like 30, 40, 50% of the money whenever you spend on a food delivery network now. I don't want to, I don't want to mention names, but the average was between 30 and 52%, the total sum of costs on your food. So 50% goes to your food, really, to the restaurant, really, and then the rest of that's going off, God knows where. So by basically cutting all the costs, we needed to bring the AI in to help do that, and that's where this came from. It was really from everything I've ever done is from a really fundamental need. It's not for the sake of engineering, it's for God, we really need this, and how do we bring the costs down? And that's where this all sort of started.
Yeah, and AI has been honestly like so amazing at like cost reduction,
Yeah,
efficiency improvements, things like that. And we all know it, right? Everybody knows all that shit. But it's such an interesting point in time because the end user, like the moms, the pops, the me's, the yous, have access to this technology that puts us at par, right? Or even better
yeah,
than these massive corporations who have a lot of red tape to go through, processes, old ways of doing things, sticky situations. Whereas guys like us, we're like, fuck it, we could do whatever we want and let's do it,
yeah,
right? So that's the change that's happening. And like, I love that you're pointing it at humanity too. Like, how can we
yeah,
help? How can we use this technology to help people? So that's a little bit of an out there story, guys, but it was an important one to me when I met Frank to see what he was doing because I want to be involved in something like that. I want to say, later on at the end of the day, like the work that I do really, really does help people. And building, say, like an Airbnb or a food delivery network or a centralized system that we've all know them now, not for profit, but to help people is such a like prior to AI, it was like, that would be so cool. And now with AI, it's like, shit, we can do this. We
yeah,
can really do this. And with a very small team, right? Because
yeah.
of the power of AI and more importantly, the power of agentic. So that's the
Yeah.
introduction, guys. That's
One
the
thing on
intro.
that, Herc, just one thing on that, because it's really important, just to cap it off. The funny thing was, by doing it, like as you said, it's very, to serve humanity first. It turns out everyone involved, all the restaurants, everyone makes more money
Yeah.
because you're just not being drained away. And the AI sat in there perfectly. And it was, instead of being used for, whoever uses AI is going to make money. They're going to build things, they're going to create things, they're going to save money, make money, right?
Yeah.
So why don't we just hand that to the people? That was the point.
Yeah, it's compression layer, right? AI really is
Yeah.
compressing a lot of things down to a single layer, which
Yeah.
means the bottom layer is being elevated up. And I'll say I'm the bottom layer. I'm just a single guy sitting in my basement playing my guitar for my kids. I'm the bottom layer. I've been
Bro,
moved
we
up
all
in
are.
that compression. But
Yeah.
the big guys, the corporations, the massive, massive companies are getting squeezed out now because they're becoming compressed down, right? And everyone's saying it. Oh, SaaS is in trouble. Like GHL's in trouble and WordPress, even though they're like they're in trouble. So there's a lot of changes happening right now, and it's awesome. And it's awesome if you know
It's
how. And,
awesome.
and actually, you know what, Frank? That was probably the one thing in our conversation that I remember the most is I went into that conversation. I have anxiety, ADHD, and shit like that, and I constantly worry about it because I have kids that are growing up in this era. And I remember leaving that conversation, Frank, saying, you know, you're the first guy to fucking give me like a sense of positive direction in a space that is so uncertain and so full of fear and uncertainty. And having that conversation with Frank after David and I and him all met, that's what I walked away from. I was like, oh, like there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel if you're pointing it the right way. So there's guys out there like Frank, you know, and there's guys out there like David and guys out there like me who know how to do this shit and are gonna do the right things with this shit, right? So that's really the best intro I could give you guys is just like the meeting and the timing of everything was kismet. Now we can get to the nitty gritty of like me helping you guys with what we're testing and what we're using to run these tests. And I'm going to start with, you know, the main topic of this webinar, guys, is I think I cracked AI overviews, and I'm pretty damn sure I did. So I will talk a little bit about that strategy with you guys. If you want to, anyone want to learn that, how to crack AI overviews with what we're doing for lead gen sites, for lead gen sites. And the coolest thing, I'll kind of tee this up a little bit too, guys. Lead gen sites, you know, I think it was on a school webinar, maybe last month or whatever, where we were talking about the how Google is changing, right? They're moving from the blue links, the 10 blue links, and they've always been pushing those down, and we know that, right? But like every day, something that gets added new. Well, up until AI. I was always, these are marginal changes that it's easy to pivot on. Like, you know, ads, GBPs, whatever. These are like marginal things we can generate leads. But in all honesty, guys, and like I had to come to terms with this myself, I was like, fucking AI overviews is major, right? And I didn't want to admit it for a long time. I was like, it's fine. I'm still generating leads. But the truth of the matter is like, yeah, it's getting a little harder, right? It's getting a little harder. And I said on one of those sessions that you know our jobs as lead gens is to learn what it takes to provide leads for a business owner, no matter how that changes. That is our job as a lead gen. That is our job as an SEO agency. That is just our job. We have to understand how customers search for businesses, learn that connection and leverage it to our ability. That becomes our business. So if you aren't constantly shifting with the change, then you're not doing yourself or your customers the full service, right? So I said, okay, it has changed. I finally admitted it. I was like, okay, this is a big one. This is actually the biggest one that I've ever seen. Okay, I remember the PBN network craze, and I remember all the bullshit about EMDs. I remember when ads started replace sponsored ads, LS. I remember it all, guys. I've been here a long, long time, right? This one's the biggest. It really is the biggest. And it is moving fast. So, but really, I've also said that if you take with you all the experience that you've held to this point and apply your knowledge to the change, you're ahead of the curve as a starting point, right? Your experience is not useless. Your experience is useful. And that's all I had to do was borrow from my experience, borrow from some, you know, things that I think is going on, do a little bit of elbow grease homework on AI with AI, right? And start theorizing certain things I know. AI overviews are starting to affect things. How much? And I even said there's a definition between transactional, which is lead gen. I need a deck for my house in Baltimore. Or how do I, you know, grow tomatoes in the summer when it's Alberta, you know, friggin' cold? Transactional, right? It has a bit of a sphere around it as far as AI overviews compared to informational searches. And I really only define searches by those two things. I know there's like four categories, but to me, it's like transactional. I need something now, or I need to know how to do something or where to find something or how to get something. So transactional, informational. Informational is screwed. AI overviews is eating up everything. That whole zero click thing, no one's arriving on your website anymore in informational search because they're getting all the information they need either directly from ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini AI overviews. It's all presented. They're doing the research for you. We used to click on all the websites, read everything, try to summarize, try to understand what was the best, and then make our decision from there. That process is gone. AI does it for us. It researches all the websites, it summarizes, it reports, and it takes seconds. And we love it, right? My dad was fighting AI until he figured this out, and now he's a huge fan of it. And he's a stubborn old mule, that guy, right? But now he's like, "Oh, I want to tell you about what I did with AI. I hooked up my old speaker system." I'm like, "Dad, that's awesome, but you should see what the fuck we're doing." And then, but transactional, guys, is still got a little veil around it. I do believe it's changing. So I take my experience, I take my theories, and I shift with the system, right? What triggers AI overviews? What really makes things work? And then the more important question, right? Why do lead gen sites never show up in AI overviews? Because AI is fucking smart. Because AI wants to see, right? We all know about current business owners with a long history have the best opportunity they've ever had to just put the puzzle pieces in the right place, and AI overviews gulp them up. Like my client in Calgary, my cleaning client in Calgary, she's massive. She owns AI, but she's everywhere on the internet. And she's been there for a long time. So you just put the important pieces in place in the right order. All of a sudden, she's in AI overviews. Now, lead gen sites, okay, you build a site on Tuesday and by Wednesday, you're ranking number one in Google, but AI will never talk about you, right? And I showed you guys on a school training webinar how to use AI to tell you why, right? So you do the search for your EMD keyword, let's just do one. Can you guys see my screen? I'm going to show you this right now. Let's do pool builders Davy. Okay. You guys saw me build that site live. It ranked in like 2 hours. There it is, right? But there's no AI overview for this keyword in here. You see that, right? That's because it's transactional. So are people, is the behavior, the search behavior of people changing? That's the biggest question, right? I saw one guy say we're all screwed because, where somebody used to say pool builders Davy, they're now saying I need a certified pool builder in Davy that can work in between May and June and this and that. And now we're all screwed because AI can find it. But what he didn't say, and it's an important point, is that for that to happen, search behavior has to change fundamentally as a whole, right? People are used to the way that things are. So it takes time for search behavior to change. Google provided us with a different option. That's step one. But now we all have to change our way and say, no, 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 I'd rather go here. Unless Google forces it down our throats, they are not getting rid of the blue links. They are not getting rid of the top 10. They need it. AI uses the internet to research and summarize. Search engines aren't going anywhere. They're just doing the research and summary for you. So now, okay, pool builders debut, when we search it, oh, this is crazy that I'm there, but they never, I guess maybe I did some work to this, but they never surface lead gen sites, right? Or number one ranking sites. Why? This is a bad example because here I am ranking number one in the AI overview. So I'm not even sure how I did that. It's a good thing. But my point was going to be because Google does research and they see a company based on things like this. Pool builder contractors need a license. That license need to appear somewhere on their profile. Pool builders have a Yelp profile, a GMB profile. They look for an entity. They look for an entire presence of this business, not just, oh, this site ranks number one on Google. Let me recommend that. That's yesterday. Today, with the research capabilities of AI is looking to verify, right, that there is an entity in existence that is likely real, right? And Gemini will tell you that. If I had a better example, let me try one more. Pool resurfacing Phoenix, and I did this on a webinar. Okay, so there's my site again, number there. But if I go to AI mode, if I'm ranking number one, I don't know. Okay, there, nothing, right? Now I can ask it, and this is really important. Why not pool resurfacing Phoenix.com? And this is kind of where this I cracked AI overviews started. And it's simple, guys. Everything is out there for you. It's just a question away with AI, and that starts you down. It was admitted because it functions as an anonymous marketing lead generator. Whoa! The first sentence called it out as a lead gen website. Now it's going to tell you why it thinks it's a lead gen website. No license, lead gen model, no verifiable physical address, right? And then it starts steering me away from it because AI's done the research and there ain't nothing, it smells like a duck sort of thing. And it's right. Okay. Next question. Makes sense, right? Well, it's my business, right? Play like a dummy. It's real. How do I fix this? I want into AI overviews, right? Now, this is where it got a little dicey. It doesn't really know, right? It tells you a couple of ideas, your hard code, your trust metrics. Actually, that's not bad. Okay, it starts telling you things. But then now, again, from my experience of the way I've done things, with the bit of, synthesized information that I got, we start testing things. So here's where it started, guys. Scottsdale General Contractors. Okay. I don't, give me a one if you saw the build of this site. I ranked this one in like 6 hours, number one. And typically with a lead gen property, you pose as a business until you sign a business, and then you basically replace the posed business with the real business. So if I got Joe's contractors saying, yes, I want your leads, I'm going to replace the logo. I'm going to put all his pictures, his images. I'm just going to rebrand to him, thus becoming an extension of his actual business, which is a lead gen satellite, right? But prior to that happening, we had to do our best to pose as a real business, even though AI is so damn good at understanding the difference between what is a real business and what is not, and what is and more in particular, what is a lead gen site. Okay. So what we did to this site is we switched from Scottsdale General Contractors being a business of general contractors to a helpful site about how to find good general contractors, right? So switch the form, switch the language, switched down here. We added this license types, right? And then we added these guides, which are helpful. And yes, someone mentioned eat expertise, authority, trust, helpful guides of questions people might be asking at the point where they're trying to be a general contractor. How to verify a contractor's license, right? And which ROC license class should I use? And here's a license checker tool if you want to check someone's license. Now, this was all theorized with me with AI on Frank and David's system, okay? Because once I started going down this rabbit hole, context became super important. The brain of what I was doing became super important, right? And I remember saying to these guys, I've never run out of context, or I've never had I've had a conversation compacted on me, but I've never hit the API limit thing. And then I used the AI, and then I was like, holy shit, I did. This is good. So with this thing, I had to customize a whole plan and then implement. But I would need to switch between models sometimes. I want that context. I want that brain to remember no matter what I'm doing. Because if I hit a limit, I need to move. But I want that memory. I want that brain to move with me. And does that make sense to you guys? That maybe it'll make more sense when I'm moving forward. But if I was to start all this theorizing, which it all started there in like literally on Google, what I just did, right? Now that's a bit of context. That's like the first step on this big journey, right? But that context matters. But now it's like, okay, I've got a plan. I'm going to move to GPT, right? Because I think it's a smart, and I don't like working on Gemini, to be honest, especially on Google. So I'm like, I got to take that context, paste it into GPT. Okay, so now we got this context. Let's create a plan in GPT. Great, I've got a plan. But now I want to implement the plan on my website, and I don't want to do the work myself, right? So Claude is damn good, right? Claude's a real good coder, and it works with, oh, well, now I got to take two pieces of brain, two context. a synthesis, a plan, and now a coding execution of that plan. How do I transfer model to model, do that? And that's where David came in. That's why I started using his system. So what I did, guys, I did it all in easy. And easy got the plan, got the synthesis, okay? And it said, look, let's change Scottsdale General Contractors into a micro niche directory. Let's answer a bunch of relevant questions. I've done the research for you, okay? I've done it all. I went, and here's the questions you should be answering. Here's, oh, and then it was like, oh, by the way, the actual official Arizona ROC contractor license system is a public database that we found. Would you like me to download that for you so we can upload it to your website and dynamically paginate it onto your website? I'm like, that sounds fucking awesome, but it sounds like a lot of work. No, 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 I'll do it for you. I was like, okay, how are we going to do this? Well, do you have access to your WordPress? Yeah, I do. Okay, go log into your WordPress, it says. Go to dashboard. Go down to users. And walks me through step by step because I told it, talk to me like I'm a dummy, right? Because sometimes I'm a dummy. But I like step by step sometimes. It says, go create an application password, right? Not a user, and give me that. And give me the number that pops up here. Okay, give it to it. About 7 to 10 minutes later, it's like, hey, your website's done. We passed it to this agent. This agent assigned this other guy to do this because we have to scrape the database and then we have to recreate it. And then we have another guy that's good at design. So he's going to go onto your WordPress site and he's just going to make all the changes for you. I was like, holy shit. Like, okay, this is agentic, right? Like, so you're telling me you did the you took my hypothesis, you came up with a plan based on it, you found additional items I didn't even think of, added it to the plan, and then you implemented it all for me. And I was like, okay, shit. So then I went down an even bigger rabbit hole with agentic, even bigger than Lovable. Lovable, I now bill out at about $50 a month, right? And I'll continue with the AI overview stuff, guys, because what Suryanshu did is even more impressive than what I did. But everything changed instantly. I think David, within what, a week, you and I were chatting, and I was like, you wouldn't even believe the shit I'm doing, David. And he's like, no, I would, but show me, right? Is there a guide on how to do this? Well, kind of, and I'll show it. You know what? There's a better answer to that question, Latricia. You don't need a guide to do this. You don't need a guide. You need a brain. Not you need a brain. You need to have an AI brain. Anything you can ask can be done, right? I have a bit of experience, right? Which helps. I have a bit of knowledge, which helps. But you can teach all that to your AI, right? You can teach all that to your system so that it can not only think like you and work like you, but also pull from the internet based on your context more ideas, more thoughts that you might not even have, run them by you and say, what do you think of this? And then you can say yes or no. And that's exactly what happened with Scottsdale General Contractors. It came with that application password. It said, just give me that application password. I'll do the rest. Added these 4 pages. Okay. It even said, oh, I noticed you're using Elementor. Don't worry. We can work with that. Created these pages, right? Pulled down the database, interlinked all the freaking pages for me, told me exactly what to say in the form. I didn't give it access to my Ring Robin account, but it could have done that for me. There's the live database. Built it all for me. Everything. Like within minutes. 24 hours later. Okay, this is where it got really killer. Let's go to Search Console, the biggest source of truth of them all, right? As far as website data goes. Let's go to Scottsdale General Contractors, okay? And let's go to impressions. Okay, this line, okay, impressions 47. So basically, you saw it kind of going, right? And it's around say 50 to 75 impressions a day. June 2nd, in my agentic account was the day it made those changes. So we were at 100 impressions. Now we're up to 539, anywhere from through. So a 3 to 5x on impressions. Now I know Oh, impressions are a vanity metric. I agree, guys. I agree. Impressions are a fucking vanity metric. Conversions matter more than anything. Clicks matter before conversions, right? But you have to start at the start. If you can't get an impression, you can't get a click. And if you can't get a click, you can't get a lead. And when we're trying to learn how to build a system to generate leads, we don't start at leads, we start at impressions. We start at theorizing, right? Because my goal was like, okay, I can get clicks from organic, but that's slowly fading. I can get clicks from paid ads, but that's another expense. I can get clicks from social, but that's a social management platform. But what about AI overviews? I want clicks from that. Well, if I want clicks from AI overviews for lead generation websites, I need to start with getting mentioned in AI overviews and then get the impressions and then get the conversions. So, step one, can we crack AI overviews? Now, here's where it gets really, really cool. And then we're going to move to showing you the agenetic system. Suryanshu, I got a video from this morning because he took my idea and the problem that I had with my idea, guys, and you probably, does anyone recognize the problem with this strategy? I call it micro, I even named it. I was like micro niche directories. I'll just sell, fucking spots on the niche directory or whatever. But does anyone recognize from anything I've ever taught what might be the issue with this plan? Let's see how much you guys watch my trainings. I'll tell you after I drink my coffee, unless someone nails it. If you get the answer right, I'll give you 100 zags. Who do you sell to? How do I transfer this to a new customer? Still no GBP. GBP always comes up. Conversions, intent. Scottsdale is spelled wrong. Is it? Oh, yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know if it is. It's this, guys. It's like I've moved because I wanted to satisfy AI overviews so much. I lost the ability to pose as a legitimate business. I am now in a new business with this lead gen site. I am now a directory, right? I am not a local general contractor. And I was like, well, that's okay, because we just figure it out. We just figure it out, right? And then, but Suryanshu was like, I don't fucking like that. I want my lead gen sites to be lead gen sites. So let's check this out. Okay, what he did was far more powerful. Let's do Baltimore spray foam insulation. Okay, I'm going to go right after his main keyword. So we'll Google that. Here's his website. Okay, ranking number one. It has been for a while. Generates good leads. Now that's a transactional keyword. That's a really, really good keyword. I'm going to do two searches side by side so you guys can see the difference. Now, if we change that from a transactional keyword to an informational keyword, okay, look at the difference of what happens. Instead of serving ads, and people also ask, they serve AI overviews. Why? Because it's an informational query now. But when it turns to an informational query, well, look at this. Baltimore spray foam insulation shows up there. He shows up like crazy. Now, back on the transactional side, right? If people's search behavior changes, they're going to start going over here for transactional queries. I don't believe that's fully happened yet, but boom, for transactional. And this is the shit that converts. This is what conversions are made out of, right? Questions are okay. Baltimore spray foam insulation, his website, right? Showing number one. He was, and you know what? And I promise you guys, this thing changes faster than ever. Every time I look at this, it's different. But I've seen him showing up as many as 5 times. Now, the best part about this, okay, as far from a lead generation perspective, is he did not at all change from being a local business provider. And AI is recommending him as a local business provider. They're mentioning him, right? So he maintained everything that was really truly important as far as conversions, and he won the AI overview battle. How did he do it? Right? Is that the next question? How did he do it? He's still a Baltimore spray foam. So what I have to do right now is I have to play a video because I got on with him this morning And I was like, let's go over this and some other interesting things that we found. So let me share a video for you guys. It's about 10 minutes. It's me and him talking this morning. So I'm even wearing the same shirt and everything. So let me do share settings. Now I have to figure out how to do this. Advanced. No, that's not what I want. I want to share a video. Share. Okay, here we go. Files. More. Video file. Okay, it'll come up here in 2 seconds. I got it, guys. I'm not as useless on Zoom as I might need to be. Okay, this PC. Okay, so I got it. Found it. Okay. This is a really great 10 minutes, guys. This is how Suryanchu did this, okay?
So basically, what I did for these sites, it's not just a calculator thing, but it's how the what do you call AI overview shows up for these keywords. So, like majority of the time, here AI overviews also include the cost, like what's the basic cost, and then it shows the top contractors and other information available to like these are the top contractors in the cities and all. So the thing that I did is like I add small cost sections on the homepage. So like directly answering how much does the removal cost in Chino, and then a small paragraph which is like AI extractable. So to make it AI extractable, the most important thing is to like write answer it in the very first paragraph, and it should be short. So that's what I did on all of these sites. Like here, how much does concrete work cost? And so it's a short paragraph with the cost, like the average cost. Uh, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. So majorly that's what I did. That's the same thing I did on the spray foam. That's the reason why when you search for that spray foam keyword, 2 pages of my site comes up because the same is answered on the homepage in a very small paragraph. There it is, small. And then I have a dedicated page where you can either calculate an estimate or you can get the answer like, okay, this is the range, how it's affected, like what's the difference and why I taking like attic spray foam insulation cost factors affecting. So it's a dedicated page for cost related keywords, which also includes a calculator. That's something that I prefer to add because like if you calculate, you get a direct CTA with a disclaimer like this is just an estimate. The final cost will depend on the contractor. So if you want a more clear quote, you have to call it. So the CTA is directly baked in. So it's the main target is to like someone calculate an estimate, and they are more inclined towards calling to get an accurate quote because this is just an estimation based on the average rates.
So you focus primarily on cost, though. Like, do you think
Yeah.
there's other opportunities with, say, materials or process or timeline? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that depends. Like I did this like open cell and versus closed cell. So people might be confused. Okay, which one is for me? So this is not a calculator. This basically tells you what is good for you. So based on those answers, it gives you a recommendation. Okay, open cell spray foam is what you need. This is the recommendation. But then again, like for a exact recommendation, you have to call. But there it is. Like this is like a more not a calculator thing, but okay, these are my problems. What will be the most suitable type of insulation for me? Something similar I did on this repair or replace concrete. So this is not a calculator. This is also a quiz type of thing. Okay, these like what's the issue with the patio surface? What are the cracks? So it gives you a recommendation based on things. Okay, repair will be good enough. So it's not just the cost thing, but I'm covering these more like to increase the topical authority. Like uh, this is something which is helping the topical authority of the website. Okay, I am covering all the concrete related keywords, and
Mhm.
it's a good step. Like people might be confused. Okay, this is the condition of my patio, or this is the condition of my driveway. Should I go for a repair or replacement? This is a sort of question that might arise. Same thing on junk removal. Okay, do I need junk removal or do I need dumpster rental? Or what's the size of the dumpster rental that I should go for? So this
Right.
calculates the size of the dumpster rental. Okay, so based on what you have, like bulky items, how many days it gives you, okay, 20-yard dumpster is what you should go for, not junk removal. And then
Um,
again, let's see it.
so when I search Google for like say what type of spray foam insulation to use in Baltimore, I would assume that it would take up that open versus
Yeah,
closed cell, but the homepage still gets referenced always.
home page still gets reference because I covered those, like, okay, so I have two tools. One is the cost related,
Mhm.
and the other one is like what you need, open cell or closed cell. So I have two sections. Is spray foam insulation good for Baltimore homes? This answers, okay, what type, sort of. And then I have a cost section. Same thing I did on the junk removal side. I have a cost section. Uh, how much does the junk removal cost in Gino? And then I have one more sections, what items junk removal Gino removes. And here you get, for larger project, we can also help you decide whether junk removal or dumpster rental is a better option. So for whatever page I add a small section on the homepage. So it's like a gateway. It also provides interlink opportunities and it also acts as a gateway. Okay, this is AI extractable. AI can get an answer from the homepage as well. And then I have a dedicated page. Now it's up to AI which page he wants to cite. Sometimes it's both, sometimes it's the homepage, sometimes it's the dedicated page, but everything works in my favor. So I have another example. So Href also shows you if you're being cited in AI or not. I'll just quickly show you. So for this site, and then I have this Windows site. So this Windows site is obviously being cited. So you can clearly see it will show you. So here it shows like, okay, you are being cited in AI Google's 23 times, ChatGPT, AI mode, Gemini.
Is that over
So
a certain period or is
I have no idea because in the free version, that's what you get. Like I cannot open anything. It's a paid
it just
and
show?
it's really costly. Yeah. It just shows that I am being cited. But for the new sites, it's zero. So either they don't have enough data, it's too new. And I guess that's the same thing happening with the DFS. Because it's
I
not
would think though
showing
if it
up
was
like
a live search,
Mhm.
it would surface. So it's almost like these are cached results.
Yeah, maybe that's the
But
thing.
even that is like how they can't possibly cache all those
Uh,
keywords. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
How could they possibly cache? I mean, billions of searches.
I mean, like, not really sure how they are, but I mean, it comes up in our overviews that I'm sure
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. I'm just
Other
thinking the
sites.
Baltimore one is
Yeah,
so strong from my end, from your end,
yeah.
from VPN end, like basically everywhere. But then
Yeah.
you
If
can't get it
anyone
to show
is,
anywhere in the tools yet, which
yeah,
is
no,
so
reporting tools
weird.
are not.
That's so weird.
It says
So
next.
for all those changes you made on the sites, did you use Easy or did you build something and inject it or what?
I used Easy, but the idea behind this was my own. Like I trained Easy to like what to do, what not to do. So like I give Easy this site. I tell him like, okay, uh, what tools or what pages should I add on the site? Basically, first do an audit of the homepage, what's missing and what's. So it tells me, okay, you can add these sections. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. Then it gives me a list of pages, like what tools should be there on the site. Okay, junk removal cost calculator, dumpster size. Uh, they should go for rental or junk removal. So I found those, I found those. So it creates the entire copy, it creates the tool. I just go in embed using the HTML widget. And
Oh, it
then I,
created oh, I see.
those are all HTML.
Like you had to develop the tool as an embeddable widget.
Yeah, yeah. I just use Elementor's HTML widget and then I just paste in and it works.
But the code is hosted on Easy, I guess, right? Or does it?
No, it's just HTML and CSS and a bit of JS. Like I'll show you. I'll just log in and
Because Easy doesn't
so,
have access to log into your sites, right? It can just
oh no no
scan.
no no no. I'm not letting Easy in as of now. So
Hmm.
it creates a like code which I can directly copy and paste inside Elementor. So
Right.
that's all.
Okay.
Sure, sure.
And then what do you think of that idea with the people also ask stuff?
That's certainly a good thing. And it should either go as an FAQ on the homepage or on the like on dedicated pages. If it's cost related questions, it can go on the cost page, or if it's a more
I
like that
feel like
depends,
what I
but it
want to
should.
do is like when we're doing like the initial keyword research, like a lot of those informational keywords do come up and we've always been discarding them. And I'm
Yeah.
thinking the ones that have really solid volume
Mhm.
can go as a section on the page, but the more, like, say we scrape people also ask just to get a list of questions, those would be good in the FAQ.
Yeah. This is basically like the code, like the CSS, then there's HTML, and then some JS to calculate some stuff.
Right.
And that's it. That's everything.
You also mentioned one other thing about links. You said one of the sites had links, like it
Oh
picked
yeah,
up on
yeah,
that.
yeah.
What
So. Mhm.
yeah, just what did you notice there?
So one of the sites, that concrete contractor site, it's the only site without any backlinks. Like for other sites, I created two or three backlinks, and those were quite old. This is the newest one,
Hmm.
and this is the only one. Like I haven't seen results so far. I'm pretty sure it's going to work, but nothing as of yet.
So that's just a matter of like probably crawling
Yeah,
capability, right? Because the backlinks are feeding your
trust,
crawler.
age, it could be either of those things. But
Age of the domain.
yeah, yeah. It's the newest. It's barely a month old, so it could be that.
All right. Can you guys hear me? I don't know how to shut the video off. Am I back? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Yep.
like so many, I don't know if everyone else can see the questions, but a lot of people are like, yeah, but how did he, what the, like, how did he do that, right? And here's the thing, guys. First thing, okay, that conversation happened this morning before we came on this webinar, right? Second thing, concrete contractors cost Vancouver, Washington, okay? He is mentioned. Okay, that's when you click this link. So that's how fast it can happen. It can change. There you go, and it went right to this page, which happens
I
to be
can't
the cost.
can't see your screen, Herc.
Oh, I'm
Are
not
you
sure.
sharing?
Oh,
And
oh yeah. Okay, okay. Let me back up. Let me back up. Okay, so now you see it.
yep.
Okay, so that site this morning, okay, putting concrete contractors cost Washington into AI, not into AI mode, AI overview because it is an informational query. There he is. Okay.
And this is no backlinks, you said.
Yeah, this is brand new site, less than 30 days old, no backlinks, right? And he said that he noticed what backlinks provide, guys, is a way for LLMs to spy. It's a spider bait, right? For Google's spiders. So it's already happened. And I just checked this just now. I wish I would have done it live, but I just checked it now. But you can see it, okay? I'm showing it to you live. Okay. Now, the how of all this, because you saw he did some really insane shit there, right? Like, oh, I fucking just created this calculator and it tells me whether I need open cell versus closed cell. And you're like, how the hell would I know? And how would it even begin to build a calculator? That's the agentic part, guys. And this is where I want to introduce you to what David and Frank built. And it's insane. It's insane. Okay. And I don't even know which way to take it right now. And I'm going to just basically say this, okay? You take your Claude subscription and you say, here's my Claude subscription. And you take your Chat GPT subscription and you say, here's that. And you take your Grok subscription and you say, here's that. And you feed it all the models that you already have, right? And now it can say, I'm going to start here and then I'm going to move here. And then when I need to, I'm going to move here. It does intelligent routing for cost consumption. It knows what's a good coding agent. It knows what's a good writing agent, right? It knows everything. You give it access to whatever it needs to do the job. So you can start off with something simple and taken directly from Suryanshu's website. Yes, you can do open rotor too. Taken directly from Suryanshu's video. He said, what I did, and I'm going to do it live this is going to be the first demonstration of easy right now. Okay.
Well,
I have a site.
hopefully Claude is
Don't be scared. Let,
behaving.
I don't even care. I problems don't matter. Okay. So this is my installation. Now, okay, a little bit of a preface. To set this thing up was literally clicking a button. Okay. None of that open claw shit that any of you guys have gone through. It's literally you click a button, it provisions a friggin' server for you with a bunch of database space for all your shit. And it says, here you go. That next you come in, you hook up I want to hook up my GPT subscription, my Claude subscription, my Grok subscription, Open Router, Olama, whatever the hell you want. All of them. All of them. It maintains context for you using a memory system called Ngram Fold that Frank developed. And I'm going to let him talk about that, which is insane memory, insane efficient memory. Okay. And then after I set that up, honest to God, all I did was I went to my Claude account. I said, download all my prior conversations. I went to my GPT account. I said, download all my prior conversations. I went into my WhatsApp account where I talk with all my software development team. I downloaded all my conversations, uploaded everything. And I said, I want you to know about me and my business. So here. And just off that, we were off to the races. It was like, wow. Then anytime I needed it to do something for me. So say for instance, I need you to go make the change on my Scottsdale general contractor site, right? It would say, well, I can't get in. Okay, let me get you in. Very secure, right? Because you tell it what it can and can't access. You give it access that's if you want to do things smart, you give it the keys that you can delete, right? On your own that it no longer you only give it keys that you own and you can delete. You can roll over keys, change keys, so the security is a non-issue, right? You just got to set it up smart. It's not hard to do. It's super easy, and it does it all for you. It just says, okay, well, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to assign it to this guy, and he's going to do that. Like I said, so a live demonstration of this. Okay, a live demonstration doing exactly what Suryanshu said. So here's Atlanta Roof Company, a Zagio built website. I saw a lot of people say his sites aren't Zagio. They all are. All the testing we've done for everything is based on Zagio built sites. Why? Well, what the frick, you guys? I own Zagio. I want to make sure that the sites that it's building are going to get the job done. Of course, I'm going to test on the sites that Zagio built, right? So all I do is log into WordPress, give it the access it needs, and it's off to the races. So this site doesn't get mentioned in AI overviews, right? So it doesn't have anything like what those do. So let's do it. No, let me show you how little work you have to do. I took exactly what Suryanshu said from that video. I typed it out as he was saying it. Do an audit of the site Atlanta Roof Company and recommend what should be added so that I appear in AI overviews more often. Go. And I'm on Claude right now, which they're saying Claude's choking on itself, but I don't care. Because if Claude chokes on itself, it'll maintain context of the job. I'll switch models and carry on like nothing happened. Right? If I run out of consumption on Claude, I don't care because it'll maintain context of everything that I'm talking about, switch models, and carry on. That to me is like one of the biggest benefits of agenting. That is so big. And I'll tell you this, guys, my lovable usage for coding went to zero. My chat GPT sessions, not quite at zero, but almost. Like I would say like a good 10, 20x reduction on me logging into GPT to do things and me logging into Claude to do things. Like what I use GPT for now is quick tasks. Like if I have a long list of things and I'm like, just strip out this row for me for plain text. That's it. That's all I do. I don't do that in here. But look at what's happening. Okay. You want me to do that? Let me actually read the site. So it already has access to the site because, guys, here's something I did. Okay. The more comfortable I got with this system, the more access I started giving it because the more access you give it to things, the more it can do for you. But I did it very securely. Again, when I'm giving it access to things, I give it access to things that I can take away, meaning I will set up an API key specifically for my agent that I can revoke at any time. I'll set up application passwords that I can revoke anytime. So I eased into easy, right? And I gave it what it needed on a per job basis until I felt comfortable with it to give it more. And that's so important. And I think that's good housekeeping for you guys. Okay. So, anyways, it's working right now. While it's working, let me show you some examples of other things I got it to do for me. What did you guys think of the Herc Magnus registration experience for this webinar? Did anybody notice it was a little different than I normally do? Easy. Yeah, it's easy. It's funny. It's a great name, right? It's easy. Everything's so friggin' easy with easy. It's so easy. So if anybody noticed, guys, okay, Herc Magnus, number one, I had easy it was a WordPress site before. I had easy go access the WordPress website and say, I want to change this to a static HTML site. I want these changes. Da, 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 da. It's like, okay, well, we got to protect these 301s and we got to do this. We got to maintain this. But you're missing this. So we're going to add that. And what do you think? And should we do this and that? And I'm like, fuck, I love it, dude. So it went and built it. Now, yesterday morning, before emailing you guys to register for this webinar, I was like, I want a cooler registration process. I want it to feel eventish. I want it to feel really awesome. I literally logged into Easy. I told it what I wanted, and it built it in less than an hour. And it built a live Zoom session registration. Notice it's saying live in session right now. I hooked it up to Zoom. Okay. I made it so that it can one click auto register for you guys. If you come back, click on the link, it'll know that you registered, tell you that you're registered. It tells you how many people are coming. It shows little social proofs to make it all feel cool, right? And on the back end, and this is where that's just the front end. That's just the front end. And I did this in an hour. Then I was like, well, I want reporting, bro, on my webinars. So I had to build me an admin portal so that I can look at not only who's registering, when they're registering, where you came from, which groups of mine you belong to, what attendance is like right now. This is live attendance data feeding in, controlling literally everything. And this is the big picture of what I'm doing with Zoom webinars. This is how Zoom webinars will be run. I didn't just build it for this webinar. I said this is going to be the first webinar, but I need a webinar system. I need to know. And I need it to crosstalk, right? All you guys that are registered, I know which groups you're in on my MailerLite account, which lives way over across the ocean from where Zoom lives. But I can pull data in from that system. I can pull data in from this system, put it into one system, and then relay back to me who came from where. These are just things that we can do. These are just ideas. These are just like, I have something in my business that's a challenge to me and I've never been able to figure it out. I'll guarantee you, Easy can figure it out. You have access to everything you need to run your business. What you might not have is a system that can build you anything you want in an insane amount of time. So if we kind of back up to the start of this webinar where we said there is now a compression happening. So what is Easy? Easy is an agentic system that you can run for your business, yourself. You can have it run your personal finances, do your taxes, answer your emails, build you software, build you sites, work on sites you already have, research for anything and everything. The only limitation of Easy is the limitations you put on it and what's in your brain. And I'm not kidding. This took me 1 hour, guys. I was like, I need a Zoom registration page. I want all this fancy shit happening. But on the back end, because this is going to be how I run webinars from now, you might as well build me a statistics dashboard so I can tell where people are coming from, where they exist on my list, right? What else did I build? I built SitePaint. Because we have a strategy in school where some people that do the lead gen model don't want to go to business owners to sell. They want to sell to pay per lead networks. Well, one of the best ways to do that is to display phone only shit, right? I'm excited. SitePaint is a software that allows you to A/B split test different versions of pages for high level conversions. It's insane. and it built this software for me. This was the first software that I built off of Lovable. I was like, no, I'm not going to build this one on Lovable. Let's try SaaS building on Agentic Claude. And it built it faster than Lovable. I have more control. I don't have the additional cost. And I have it all in context on a system that knows everything else about my business, my personal finances, my team, my projects, my tests, my theories, my servers, my sites. Here's another one that I built, and I'm going to give access to you guys. Let's go to school. So I built this whole software for me, and you guys that are in the groups, this is you're going to get access to this, and it's fucking awesome, and it works really good. This school community, guys, you guys probably a lot of you in here are from school. Trust Ken, we're going to get to that. I'm going to show you. It's easy. It's an agentic system that Frank and David got me started using, and it has taken over, and it's amazing. And it's like I literally had that day of like I just collapsed 9 hours into 30 minutes in my brain because I was so efficient. Okay, this one's killer. Who's in my school, my DLA group, my high level mastermind? Give me a yes if you're in there. Yeah, lots of you. Okay, cool. You guys will love this. Look at the length of the webinars where I was teaching you everything about everything I know about SEO and lead gen and selling and shit like that. Okay. Webinar one of a 6 week course that I went through was an hour and 43 minutes. Webinar two was 2 hours and 37 minutes. Webinar three was almost 4 hours. Webinar four, if you're starting to get the point, we have like 30 to 40 hours of instruction on how to do lead gen. 30 to 40 hours of instruction on how to do lead gen. Which means, and I remember prior to Easy, one of the lessons that I put up is the March 26 build SOP. This I had Claude or something write this for me. And it was a pain in the ass because I had to like really work with Claude to get it to understand the fucking system before writing an accurate SOP. And you guys loved this SOP. But we have 40 hours of instruction. And in 40 hours of instruction, there's probably an SOP for every single thing that I do, isn't there? Well, how can I get from a point of I've got 40 hours of video to, and this is just nuts. This is just nuts. Okay. A digital lease asset SOP library. Now I'm going to have to pull up my password because I don't remember it. So just give me a second. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to show you. It's a clickable SOP library that has a literal SOP for every step along the way. And it was all built in easy in a few hours because I said, here's all the videos, go get all the transcripts, learn everything module by module, write the SOPs, put them on a live system, password protect it, make it clickable so that if you're on an SOP, but there's like kind of a sidestep, it clicks over to the sidestep. And then not only that, divide it into two models. I want to sell direct to the buyer or I want to sell to a pay per lead agency. And funnel these users through this SOP library so that they can consolidate 40 hours of video into a single SOP library that's completely click and point. And it even starts like this. Where are you starting? And it has a list of questions and it did all the suggestion for me. Are you starting from scratch? Do you have a domain already? Do you have a website already? Is it converting? Is it not converting? So it walks you through a process to pinpoint where in the process you are and then says, okay, this is what you need to do. Here's the SOP follow through that you need to do, all built with Easy in like 2 to 3 hours. I think that thing took me. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, guys, rather than talk about the million other things I've done in Easy, is I want to give you guys access to this software at an insane discount. So I'm not sure. Let's first no, let's do that. You guys want to buy this thing or what? It's not free. Sorry. It's paid and it's the most valuable thing I've ever bought in my life. Okay? I have gotten so much more work done since I started with Easy and I'm doing things that I can't do. I got my developers on easy, and Marco was the best one. So David, I'm going to let you do an offer here because David has a really wicked offer, a crazy good offer for you guys to get access to the system. But one thing I'll say, Marco is my developer. He's one of my 4 developers on my team, and I over the last year they've watched me build. Okay, sorry, my developers are scared of me. Okay, okay. My developers and I built this. This is now going on 10 years old. Zagio. You guys should all know Zagio, right? My first lovable vibe coded software was not actually Ring Robin. That was my third. I did 2 personal projects first, but then I was like, I think I want to take on the call tracking industry. And I built it with Lovable. And I think I spent, I don't even know, months building this. Then we had the DLA webinar, and I saw a killer EMD could be. I built another one with Lovable. Then 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 I built this one was already built. Then I built another one with Lovable, and I built another one with Lovable, and then I found Easy, and that's this one. So look at all these softwares I've built with AI. I'm not a coder. I can't read code. I have no fucking clue what's going on back there, but I know it works. I know Ring Robin has tracked over 30,000 phone calls and people are using it and loving it, right? 38. So we're almost at 40,000 phone calls. So I can't code, but I can build SaaS now. That's the empowerment of AI. And that was prior to being agentic. This lovable system that I built Ring Robin with don't know shit about killer EMD. But my agent, he knows everything about all of them and he can work on all of them, right? So my coders got scared of me. They're like, fucking Herc developed 7 softwares in the last year. I'm afraid for my job. And I said, don't worry, guys, you're not going to lose your job, right? But you are going to move to AI. You're going to start shifting the way you develop to AI. Marco was real afraid of it, right? But I pushed him. I was like, sorry, bud, you work for me. You are going to get on easy and you are going to start working with easy. Okay. And he started real slow and real scared and he didn't want to give access to this. And on our developer meeting Monday morning, which is yesterday, I was asking Marco a question. Is like, does it know where to get this? Marco's like, yeah, I gave it fucking access to everything. I was like, oh, wow. Within 72 hours, you went from I'm afraid of AI to like I gave it access to everything because what we're building, guys, what we're building, and Marco's building it is a new tool for Zagio called Studio, built on easy by my developer, which is everything you should know, right? Service, pool builder, this for HTML sites, but we're taking this thing, oh man, all the way, and 100% being built on easy. And Marco's in love now. Okay, so there's nothing you can't do. Okay, guys, is the first thing I want to say. If you hear me and you hear like the way I sound, this is how I feel. I'm like, there's nothing I can't do anymore. I can do everything. And the more context I give it, the better it gets. I have a writer, I have a coder, I have a finance guy, right? My buddy is now building on Lovable. He's building an emission system for the entire oil field industry in Canada built on Lovable. And Dave, I'm sorry, I could go on forever. I'm sure you guys want to
Yeah.
get access to this bitch, but like this guy is massive. His first job that he signed a guy on was $27,000 a month for a for an 8 oil field monitoring. 27 grand a month. You know how many oil wells there are in Alberta alone? And he's building the whole thing on Lovable. Or sorry, on easy. So, anyways, I'm gonna let David show you the offer if you guys want to try Agentic, okay? Because you're gonna one thing I guarantee you guys, okay, moving forward in the school communities, the DLA shit, now you're gonna start seeing me on easy, okay? Gone are the days of whatever it was the way that I used to do things. I only 100% exclusively work with easy now. It's too good. It's too good to have an AI know everything about you and then be able to execute. Okay, so with that, David, go ahead, give them that
Cool.
offer, and
Awesome. Cool.
Sorry about that
That's
long
awesome.
webinar I
No,
talked.
that's cool, man. I'm absolutely loving it because every time, every time you or someone that's using Easy shows me what they're doing, I'm like, holy shit, I didn't even know it could do that. And like you said, really, your imagination is the limit, guys. And yeah, we've obviously got a cool offer for you. I remember when I'll just quickly say this, Herc, when he said, oh, he was easing into Easy. I remember he did like for the first, half of a day, and then as he was progressing, he was like, "Man, I just gave easy access to everything." And then the day later, he's like, "Oh man, I need another one. I want to give it to this team member. Can I do that?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course, go for it." And then he was like, "I want to give it to my entire team," and he gave it to his entire team. I was like, "This guy has gone all in." Absolutely love it. I'm loving the excitement. Um, so I want you to just go, if you can just go to the link, it's easy.one/Zagio, guys, right? And while you guys, ONE,
Yeah.
yeah. And while you guys are having a look there, we've obviously done a really huge founders special. Yeah. And the reason why we've done this is because we love the success stories. We want more success stories. And when you scroll down, if you scroll down to the bottom of that page, you're going to see just some of the success stories. Yeah. Go through the videos, watch them. They're truly inspirational. I haven't prepared any slides or anything for you guys for this pitch, for this to give you guys this offer. But I do want you guys to go there. But what I really want is for Frank to jump on and really explain Ingram and Fold, explain the memory system,
Yes.
explain what, that's one of the many things that makes, Easy.one unique. There's a lot of things coming. And this is completely different to anything else. Like Frank leaves me a voice message almost every day. And he's like, Dave, I swear to God, I keep on looking and I cannot find anything that does anything anywhere near what we built. And it's
Wait, wait.
true. We are searching every
I,
day.
I have to interject real quick, Frank, before you get on. And I do want to explain the pricing. And there's a really
Yeah.
crazy cool thing here that's going on. Actually, David, I'm going to get you to do it because I already see one question I want to answer right away. Right away. Somebody just said, "Yeah, but we're just little lead gen guys. Is this overkill?" No, it's
Yeah.
fucking not. Trust me on that. It's
No.
not. You need this as a lead gen guy. Okay. If you want to scale, if you want to speed up, if you want to be more efficient, if you want to be more smart, if you want to launch more websites that are better and compound on the amazing work that's being done, you need an agentic system. Everyone that does not have an agentic system moving forward from today is going to be in the friggin' dust, guys. Look what I have done in the last year before agentic. Look what I've done. 7 softwares, right? With Easy, that old archaic system, which is now it's only a year old, I won't touch it ever again because now I have context. But this payment plan, guys, for all you little guys that just want one thing, that solo plan is your baby. Okay? The reason there's bigger plans, guys, is you heard David say, I want to get my team on this, right? It's not just my team. I want my team on their own instance, and they already are. And I was going to log in to show you that. I have a support installation. I have a development installation. I have my own installation. Jeff, my buddy that I'm running the emissions boss software with, he has his own installation. Suryanshu that ran all those tests has his own installation, and I'm forcing everyone on my company to have their own installation. Okay. Now here's where it gets really cool. I have a client in Calgary who is dominating the cleaning market and she wants to grow, but she doesn't want to leave the city. And I was like, shit, there's only one way to grow in the situation you're in, and that's to increase your conversions. That's it. You cannot reach more than you've already reached. You are the number one cleaning company in Calgary. So you're gonna have to look internally at what you're doing and find a way to figure it out. Right? And she's like, I want to hire you to do that. Well, guess what? I'm gonna have easy install. I'm on the scale plan, okay? Because I need a lot of installations. I'm going to sell her one of my instances and set her up for a monthly fee. I could easily charge her $2,000-3,000 a month and say, I'm gonna give you the most insane, intelligent workforce for your business, modeled for your business for $1,500 a month. and she's going to say yes. And here's the best part. At first, she's going to be like, eh. Within a couple days, she's going to be like, hmm. Within 5 to 7 days, she's going to be like, holy fuck, I'm hooked. I am hooked. I love this drug. You guys won't, like, I'm literally getting chills. If you guys seen what I'm doing in my business in the back end because of this, and now I get it. I get why Merlino was going, Agentic is the way. He was literally insane. And it was like a moment that was awkward at the event. But listen to me now. I sound like him. And
Yeah.
you will experience it. Trust me on that. And you will experience it insanely fast. I'm going to sell her her own brain. Okay? That's what these plans are for. Installable instances that you can white label and resell. That's all I'll say. That's the difference between the plans. You guys do your thing. I got to go calm
Yeah.
down.
Cool. Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, so keep your questions coming. We're going to go through all the questions. Frank and I will do our best to answer each and every one of them. So if you've got any questions, do put them in the chat while I'm going through this. Now, as Herc said, the solo plan is the best one to get your feet wet, and just start doing it. Every single person that started to use Easy has become addicted to it. And I am extremely surprised at how people are using it and the ideas that they're coming up with. In fact, we've got a community call tomorrow. So anybody that signs up today, you're going to be joining us on that community call tomorrow. We've also got a welcome call that's happening on Tuesday next week, where you can just come along, bring your ideas, share some of your use cases. We'll plug them in directly into Easy and we'll build things together on the fly. So that's something I'm really excited about. And every single person that jumps on board today will get that opportunity to join us on this call, not just tomorrow, but on Tuesday next week. You're getting 80% off, guys. It's a huge discount. All we ask in return is for you to share your success story with us. When you scroll down on that page, you're going to see loads and loads of success stories, and there's more coming. We've got lots of written testimonials, hundreds of them coming in all the time. But do go to that page. So you got one client installation. You do have enough memory to get going for your business. One thing I do encourage you to do as soon as you log in, do connect your LLM, ChatGPT, and I can show you guys how to do that towards the end of the call as well. A lot of people, yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah, so we'll show you how to do that, especially in the onboarding process. It's going to ask a little bit about, who you are, and what kind of business you're in. And I think we've improved that onboarding process with Frank, and we're going to do another update tomorrow as well. But for the starter plan, that's really good. And I believe a lot of the people on the call today do have clients. You're generating leads, you're running a business, you're ranking sites, you're not only selling leads, but you're renting out. I know there's a lot of, Herc's got a big community of rank and rent people. It is a good idea to have another instance. Like if you were to, sell one of your instances, it more than covers the costs and makes a profit for you straight away. So I always recommend at least starting with the starter plan. And then I know for sure you guys are going to get more and more ideas and then upgrade to the scale for sure. How'd that go, by the way? You just put that through that chat that you put through. Yeah. No, the one where you asked it to do the website.
Oh,
Yeah, we can have a look at that in a sec. But let me just go through. I want Frank to really chime in here. Frank's an absolute genius. I'm so
Stop saying
privileged.
that. You gotta talk.
Man, you are. You're an absolute genius. And he actually convinced me to come on board with this because, so quick short story, right? Like, so I sold my business. For those of you that don't know me, I sold my business in October 2024, and I just went into retirement. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take a year and a half off. I'm going to chill for a bit. And I just got used to my chilling and siestas. And it was a really good experience because I got to sit back on the sidelines and kind of watch this entire AI, OpenClaw, everything evolve. And I got a little bit excited and I started to use some of the tools. And I was like, man, this is just so hard. Like I got to do terminal. I got to code some stuff. Got to install it on the server. And then shit kept on breaking. And I'm like, how the hell do I fix this? I'm not a coder. So it was really, really difficult. And I tried a lot of open source stuff. And I was like, and along with open source comes with all the hassle of trying to fix it and trying to maintain it and all the other hassles that come with it. And it just wasn't easy at all, at all. And then I met up with Frank. I flew to Malta and he was like, dude, I need this thing in my business. And so we got together and thought, okay, well, let's just build this thing for ourselves. I wanted something that was easy. He wanted something that could solve the problems that he had in his business. And that's how we came together. And then he told me, hey, I've built this really cool memory system. It's not off the shelf. It's not something, for those of you that have been in AI and been following it all along, you might have seen all this free stuff. This is nothing like that. This is not available to anyone. This is something that's Frank's built just for this and for his own business. So Frank, I do want you to talk a little bit about that, and then we'll go through some of the questions and answer some people's questions.
Yeah, definitely.
Wait,
Wow, yeah.
wait.
Go
Oh
on.
man,
Go,
I
go,
gotta-
go.
Woo!
Go.
I'm so jacked about this thing. I love it so much. Here's one thing I want to cue up before you say what you're about to say, Frank, and I
Yeah.
think you'll agree with me. There are two pillars in AI that matter: processing power, okay,
Yeah.
compute, you'll hear it referred to as, and
Mhm.
fucking memory, context. Those two are the two pillars. The other one's going to be the frontier model, right? I guess, but those both fold into it. When you point those two things at a frontier model, those are the things that are the difference between something that's meh and something's that's like holy shit. Okay?
Yeah.
Now talk about ngram fold.
Well,
Because this
I'll
is
give you that I will, but there's three parts to it. You're right, but there's a third part. There's the stream of intelligence, which you called the compute. So that's just a stream of pure intelligence. Then you've got effectively the context or the memory, and then you've got the third part, which is what ties it all together, the harness. And that's what we've got. We've got harness and memory, and we use the compute and intelligence from any provider in the world. So that's what easy actually is. Quickly, just hello to Brian and Letitia there, because I noticed we've got some there. Lovely to see them. And basically, okay, so Engram and Fold was designed before all of Easy happened. I needed it for when I'm programming. We're all building these very big complex sites which have hundreds of thousands of files in them that all cross relate and work with each other. It's like a big mesh of like data. And so I needed to design a memory system. We actually had some solutions, but these guys were just charging us more and more money. It was going up to thousands a month just to use it. So I was like, okay, I have to just do this myself. I went off and built what I needed for coding and quickly realized that was called Fold, which is a holographic memory system. It's from the idea of folding two parts of a big puzzle together and then they're touching. And that holographic memory system was really powerful for coding. It just scanned the whole database, and then I could just ask it a question. It knows exactly where everything is. It's like, oh, this part relates to this part. And so what's happening is our other AI systems are using that to get acquainted with where they should be very quickly. So instead of me watching a page going like this for an hour, it was a page that would, take 15 seconds and know exactly where I left off. That's the first principle. The second principle is Engram, which is the same thing you use in your brain. Whenever you're taking in information, you kind of go, okay, I'm on a webinar, so I need to do this and this. And or I just learned something, so I'm going to store that in my memory as sort of stuff I learned about work today. So Engram takes in your information and kind of classifies it into like bits. So if you're an AI assistant, you might need to remember your operators, that's you. The AI assistant might need to remember stuff you told it about where you work or your family or something else. And so it classifies makes these little groups and classifies it and then stores it in the holographic memory system. So the next time you go, hey, what do I need to do today? It goes, oh, by the way, it's your son's birthday today, so you better remember that. So it's very, very fast. It classifies it, that's Engram, and then retrieves it very quickly, and that's Engram and Fold. And as it says there, it is the best fucking memory out there for AI. I mean, honestly, look, I'm going to say something which is a lot of people talk a lot of crap about AI. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm allergic to all of it. They promise, overpromise, underdeliver. Believe it or not, we are gonna underpromise And as you'll get to meet some of our customers if you join in, they'll tell you. I mean, we're seeing them in the comments right now. You can see what they're saying about it right now. We are going to underpromise this. I'm gonna reel you back as you learn about this. I'm going to be always telling you, hold on, slow down, because this thing is, look, it's like as if you strapped the most powerful AI in the world, which is any of the ones you got, Fable 5, which came out and disappeared, or any of the Opus models, which is Anthropic or GPT, you strap them to a computer and let them get on with it, and then give them the most powerful, like honestly, one of the most powerful memory systems on Earth, and off they go. So really, whatever you can do, you can do. We're limiting this now for your convenience to things that we're working on. In this case, what Herc's working on. I'll tell you all about my code stuff if you want, but it really can do anything. Somebody asked in the chat just earlier. They said, am I too small? That you think you answered that, Herc, and that really everything is moving in this direction. So if you're jumping on this now, you're jumping on ahead of people by months, and months in this world is years. So as we all move forward with this, you're going to speak to people in 6 months' time, and they're going to be just starting, and you're going to be like, oh my God, like, what do I tell them? Because it's like, you can't imagine the distance in the way we're all working, the way we're all doing things. And the greatest thing about it is you don't need the nerds like me anymore. You don't need technical people. You don't need to know about computers. You don't need to any of that stuff. That's all obsolete. That's all gone. Now you need to know about what you want, what you're trying to build, and the better you are at doing that, the better this thing will be able to help you. And that's really what it all comes down to. We're basically, I can say it simply speaking, there isn't anything like this on the planet. We had all the adversarial AI we could try and find something else like us. Somebody mentioned early on Claude Code and stuff. Claude Code is an amazing piece of software. It's limited to just Claude, and it does some stuff. Lovable's a great piece of software, as you all know. It does this sort of stuff. All of them have got a bit of it. Easy's covering pretty much the whole circle, and you're not limited to anyone. So if you don't like it, you can export all your data. It's all yours. We're very, very strongly principled in that. I come from the open source and underground world of trying to, power to the people stuff, and I can promise you, it built into this, and this is why David's here and Herc's here. These guys are the sort of people the sort of people I'll work with. I don't want to work with anyone else. And we can promise you now that you'll always be able to, like, the data is yours. It's yours to keep. We're not trying to trap you in there. We're not trying to trap you. We don't need to, and we never will. And at every single point of this, it's built around that kind of principle. The idea of Easy is to give the power to you. It's not even to your business, it's to you. And then you use it to power your business, and to your staff, and your staff can then power the business. So it's all about the person first, not AI. AI comes second. It's about you. It's about you having that power. Every day we improve it. Like the one I'm seeing right now that Herc's using, I'm like, oh my God, that's so old. That's like 4 days old now. It's like ridiculous. And we've already improved it. I already saw something. I'm like, oh, that should go. The thing about AI stuff in general is it moves very quickly. So you'll notice if any of you are using things like Claude Code, you'll notice they update all the time. This is no different. It's updating constantly. It's been an adventure. All our existing customers know we've had good weeks and bad weeks, but we can promise you one thing: we are just so on this. We all need it. It's the first time ever technical people, business people, regular people, your family are all in the same boat. Everyone's got something they need to ask this damn thing. Everyone's got something they need from it. What can it do? It's limited to your imagination at this point, and it will just keep on getting better.
Exactly. It's really incredible. Like you said, it's only a few days old. We are improving it every single day, and we have the /updates page, which you can see all the updates that we're doing. And we've been releasing them usually every week on a Wednesday. We're trying to do that. I'm going to go through and answer some of your questions. But before I do, also, I want to mention my 10-year-old daughter is using it, and she built her own computer game. And now we have a rule in the house. She's only allowed to play the games that she can build through Easy. And it's just been great just listening to her just build out these games. So we've got a question here from Kurt. How many of my own sites can I build before I use a client installation? Look, it just depends on which plan you're on. If you want to do multiple sites, you're better off just going straight for the starter package. Yeah. Brian says, I'm an Easy customer already. And this is like having a full-blown staffed agency controlled by one person. Spot on, Brian. Thanks for joining. That's awesome. Is asking for solo, does that cover all our sites?
Can I explain this to them? Because I think I
Yeah.
understand what
Go
they're
for it. Go
asking,
for it.
guys.
Yeah.
Your limitations on let's just focus on solo, okay? Your
Yeah.
limitations inside of Easy when you buy this plan is your own subscription to Claude or GPT-5 or whatever model you say I want Easy to have access to this model. Your only limitation is your own subscriptions that you have, right? And that's basically when you sign up for Claude, you're on the regular $20 plan or you're on the 5x or 20x usage. And that doesn't mean you can only build 5, 10 sites. What that means is you can only build that many in that time frame. Tomorrow when you log in, you're reset. So the ultimate answer here is how many sites can you build with Easy? Unlimited. Unlimited
Yeah.
sites. You can do unlimited tasks, right? Your limitation is not Easy. Your limitation is the model that it's using to do the work for you, which comes from your subscription. And that's the most important part to kind of wrap your head around if because I know I had a little bit of issue wrapping my head around agentic. I used to use Chat GPT. I used to use Claude. I used to use Lovable. Those are three different AI systems. Easy integrates them all into one dashboard, right? So that when I come in and I say, listen, I have an idea for a software product, it's going to say, okay, let's load up the reasoning model based and your context and write you out a plan and refine this plan together. And then when you're like, I love it, let's build it, it's going to say, okay, let's go over to Claude and build it for you, right? It's going to model route to the most capable or efficient model. Easy is not a limitation. The only limitation between price is if you want to resell installations to others. And what that looks like, guys, is when you sign up for either starter or scale, okay, you'll get access to your own dashboard. And then let's say my cleaning client lady that I want to bring on, all I'm going to do is come in here and say, I want to click a new installation, Clean Club Calgary. I'll assign a username and a password and click go. 10 minutes later, I send her a login, right? Just like this. Here's my writer, my support, my developers, Jeff. So each of these boxes is a resellable instance of Easy that you can collect the payment on. Well, how do I collect payments? Guess what? Use your Easy system and your Stripe and say, hey, Easy, set me up a payment gateway, right? That can resell my Easy instances. You don't even have to do the work. Everything is now dictated. It's not done. And that's a big difference. Like, how many times have you guys heard me talk on a webinar where it's like, you never hear this anymore from me, right? I'm building websites with my mouse. And that shift has kind of happened with Easy where it's like, I don't tell it how to do anything because it's 1,000 times more capable than I am on everything. I only tell it what I want. So think of Easy like that. Get signed up to Easy, tell it what you want. It'll tell you what it needs, you give it to it, and you're done. So for instance, okay, and it's working right now, and you're not hearing me click my keyboard or my mouse anymore. Okay, all I said was do an audit of this and tell me what I can do. And it's gone to work for me. It came back with a plan. I said, do it all. Okay, and it's working.
The most famous words these days. Do it
Just
all.
do it.
Well, I
Do it
shouldn't have
all.
said
Yeah.
that.
Just do it. Stop asking me questions and do it.
Yeah, I've given it too much access at this, but I'm really not scared. I'm quite comfortable now with my system and my limitations that I put in place for this system. So I'm
Yeah.
very comfortable with letting it do its thing because I know I've put the walls up where I want the walls up, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Cool.
Just one other thing. So they were asking about site. Can I just this one bit? Instance is a word that us developers use, and I seem to have infected everyone else with that word. So instance, you can think of like one user. Yeah, I think Brian said that. Instance is kind of like one user. So one install of this. So what happens is you just it fires up a computer and it gives you a login to that computer, which is all web based. So you can just log in and do what you want. If you wanted to make 400 websites, you could literally just say, okay, I've made a Linode account or a Hostinger account or something. Here's the API key. Just put all the websites on there. We'll host a few of them for you, but there's a limit to how many we can host because we don't want to overwhelm all our infrastructure. But you could just keep on making sites day and night and just tell it, look, there's a computer over here. I want you to install it. I want you to put the website on it. I want you to then connect to Cloudflare and link up my DNS and all my URL stuff and it will just do that. So it's not like Herc said, there's no limit in terms of what you can do with it once you've got it running. Once you
Yeah.
have access to it, it's just hey presto, it's a computer. Tell
You
it
know
what
what
it
the
needs to
hardest
do.
part was? So how long have I been on Easy now? Like a month? It's about
Yeah,
a month,
is it?
right? I think it's
Yeah,
about a month.
Something like that.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Time is like
feels like years now.
friggin' time is like changing in my brain. I don't know if it's because I'm getting
Yeah,
older or because of Easy. I'm pretty sure it's Easy.
it's easy.
What
Yeah,
what the hardest part was, guys, is and it's like one of those questions like what would you do if you had unlimited time and money? It's a hard question to answer because
yeah.
you've removed all limitations. So your brain starts trying to process something that it's not really capable of processing. The hardest part of setting up Easy after the like, hey, what's your name and what do you want me to call you and how do you want me to talk to you was like, what do I do first? You know what I mean? Because the world is my oyster, right?
Yeah.
So my thing what to do first was like, I need you to know me. I need you to understand who I am and what my business is. My name is Herc Magnus. I own Zagio.com. Go search that out and let's start small and let's start there. Oh, okay. So then it does its thing. It comes back, maybe has some questions for me. And then from there, it just kind of it walks you through the process, right? And then eventually, so then I was like, well, I need you to know more about my team. Okay, well, give me some ideas on like how we can do that. Well, do you have a centralized place you talk to them? Yes, I do. WhatsApp. Okay, upload all the conversations from WhatsApp. I'll read through them, parse them, understand everything. And you can literally see this happening in a session I called Train the Brain,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
And this is me on Easy for the very first time saying, I need you to know me, right? So uploading all these docs and uploading all this stuff, right? And as I'm doing this, it's like, oh, and it's classifying. It's even saying this is sensitive data. We should do something about this, right? Because there was some sensitive data about my legal issues. So just that. And then starting, I don't even know what I did next, starting with something small. You know what I mean? And then it was like a little bit more comfort, a little bit more direction, and it's literally holding your hand. It's an AI, guys. It's the smartest thing in the world. It will help you help it, which is such a weird thing to say. It's so weird to say it. But I guarantee you this, guys. I guarantee you this. For anybody who gets on and gets this system, I can't wait, David. Like I wish I could be on
Yeah.
that webinar next week because
Yeah.
I guarantee you, every single one of you is going to be like, holy shit.
Yeah. In fact, next week, what I'll do is what Frank just mentioned now. I will show you guys exactly how to do that, how to connect it to a hosting account, how to build an app, how to build a website, and you're just gonna watch me do it live. It's gonna be super cool. I'm seeing loads of questions come through, guys.
Okay,
So I just want to make sure
let me answer these because I think okay,
yeah,
Kurt,
yeah,
like still not clear. For $100 a month, you can create 25 affiliate sites, but it might take 2 months. No, not correct. You're creating a limit that doesn't actually exist there, Kurt. The $100 a month gives you access to the system easy, right? You hook up your subscriptions to Claude and to GPT. Those are your limitations, not easy, right? Easy is just like you said, Frank, it's the harness, right? The third part that I didn't miss or I missed. Um, you might be able to create 50 affiliate sites. It depends how efficiently you work and how like for instance, let's say you create your first affiliate site, Kurt, and you're like, this is a really good template to work off of. Save that template because every time I build a new website, I want you to use that template. Now the model's more efficient. It has a reference point. You might be able to kick out 100 affiliate websites in a week, right? So don't think of the cost of joining Easy as a limitation of what you can do in Easy. It's not, right? You're paying for the disk space and you're paying for the instance of Easy. You're paying for the AI agent. What you do within the AI agent is completely up to you and the agent itself and the subscriptions you use. I'll tell you this, guys. It didn't take me long to say I don't want Claude 5X. I want Claude 20X anymore because it was so
Yeah.
powerful. It didn't take Jeff very long to upgrade from 5X to 20X, and it was the best money I've ever spent. Like again, here's that DLA playbook. I found the password. When I told you guys, like I don't know the amount of hours that were in that 6 week training, but you saw the length of those webinars. And this is what Easy did for me. When I said once it understood everything, I said, you need to write me a freaking SOP for everything. So it starts right here. How do you want to get paid? Do you want to do PPL or do you want to go direct to buyer? You click one. Okay. Okay, where are you at right now? If you have this, start here. If you have this, start here. Okay. And then you just
Wow.
start going through it and it tells you prerequisites, why it matters. Here's the steps. Do this, 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 right? And this whole thing is a clickable table of every SOP that is in the system. It is big. This is a big click, like, but it did everything. It designed the sites. Oh, there's a bug. I'll fix that one. No problem.
How long did it take you to prompt it for this?
Couple hours.
Wow.
It was insane. Because all
Wow.
it needed
What?
was the transcripts of the videos, right? So I have
Yeah.
a job. Okay, jobs guys are like when you're going to do something a little bigger, it creates a job and it orchestrates different agents to do different parts of the job and it tracks it all right here. It spun up a job, one for ingesting, one for understanding, one for writing. Mika's my writer. She wrote all the stuff. And then another one, Kodo, I call him. He's my coder. He's like, okay, well, I need to build this website from Mika's shit that she wrote. And I was like, well, it's got to look like Herc Magnus because, my other guy built hercmagnus.com. He turned it from a WordPress website into a static HTML website. And I want everything hosted there, so make sure it matches. So he's like, oh, okay, well, there's the style guide. It was done. This is something I wouldn't have even attempted to do. It would have been one of those things in my brain that'd be like, oh man, it would be so nice if like every single one of those things that enters my brain, and guys, I am ADHD, OCD, crazy idea. And I think that's why time is warping for me now because there's the shift that has happened in my mind is like literally any idea you have, go chase it down because you have the ability to do it. And I don't have to do any of the work. I just have to direct the work. Right. And that's the difference. It's just unlimited.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous tool for you, isn't it, Arc? This.
I love it. I love it. It is dangerous. Well, I'm
Dangerous.
dangerous. You
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
saw what I did over the last year with just AI and one access to one
Old school AI. Yeah.
old school AI. And this is how fast the world is moving.
Yeah.
Last year, I developed 7 software platforms using Lovable, and I was telling everyone how great Lovable was. And I was addicted, to be honest with you. I was addicted to coding because I realized that I could have materialization of my ideas instantly in coding,
Mm.
right? Language. Like no matter what it was that I wanted, I would just go tell AI to build it, and it could. And it was damn good. But a year in AI terms is like 100 years in human
Whoa.
terms. Maybe less,
Yeah, a
maybe more.
year. Well, I don't think we have a number like with a year.
There
If you
is no
tell me what's
number.
happening, yeah, 12 months from now, I'm like, what? 12 months from now? That's not
That's a
possible.
whole different world now. And
Yeah.
that's how fast things are progressing. And it's like when we tell you guys like agentic is kind of like if you're not on agentic, you are going to be outworked by guys like me and anyone else that's on an agentic system. They're going to
Yeah.
outwork the shit out of you because to be honest, they're not working. Their AI is. They're just
Yeah.
directing. Look how much I'm
The way
getting
it should
done.
be.
With Sense Easy, oh my God, like Sense Easy, like, okay, I built
Mm.
a 40-hour SOP document. I rebuilt hercmagnus.com. I built sitepain.com, an overlay software. I I built an entire back end for a webinar registration platform an hour before I was about to send the email. And this is exactly what I'm talking about as far as being dangerous and OCD and ADHD like I am. I literally had it write my email and I was in MailerLite, which is my account, and I was about to hit send. And that would have sent you to the Zoom webinar registration page, which is the way that I normally do things. And it was like an hour before it. And I was like, ah, I have a cool idea. And then I'm David, me and you in my WhatsApp chat, we're laughing as I'm building this. And I'm like, oh, I have another idea. And it's like, holy shit, it's doing this and it's doing this. I wish it was fucking retarded. And
Uh,
then
uh,
like
can you show him like while we're doing this? Can you just go on easy and just tell it this one thing? I use this all the time for myself when I'm testing. Just go on the easy, yeah. New chat, just say, "Can you build me a demo HTML site?" Say it's just the test. Yeah, just do that. Oh, by the way, you build all your stuff on Opus, yeah? No, don't. Oh my God. Okay.
Has to be very funny.
You had to throw something in there,
I
right?
don't know,
Fair
you got to
enough.
make it
Cool.
unique, right? And like and
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that that shows you like how does it know me, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's
And
a
this is
test
the
of that.
thing. This is the funny thing because it's like I don't know what yours is going to do because mine is so different. What we're noticing about this is so hard for us to test it because mine will work differently from yours. Yours will work differently. You've got that. You see, you've got that old thing from that bug, that bootstrap warning, truncation warning. You installed a halfway version again, didn't you? So yeah, because we keep giving you the updates ahead of time. But it's so crazy because we can't actually, none of us can really tell what it's going to do next. It's so crazy. It just comes up with these really amazing things. And did you build your stuff on Opus or on GPT?
Usually I'm in Opus.
Me too, yeah. It's the most unreliable one, but it's also one of the best ones.
GPT I like actually for like research writing, but when it comes to like developing especially like wireframes or ideas, like yeah, I'm on Claude. But I
Yeah,
do like
yeah.
I think GPT is great for the other things. It's actually a better writer, I find.
Yeah.
It's
And somebody was asking, by the way, about the 5x, 20x thing we keep mentioning, because we're all now talking these funny jargon words. That's just the levels of subscription, yeah, on Claude. Some people, most of us probably use $200 a month subscriptions now, and a few of them. Excuse me. You've got to imagine it like you're replacing staff. You're like, you're instead of having 10 people around you, you've got like 20 now. So you'll see how that works for you. We can probably start with a basic $100 subscription. We'll probably do it in most cases.
I think at 20
And 20 will do it, but I mean,
you'll run out.
everyone who does the 20 within 2 or 3 days is like, I'm gonna kind of
Yeah.
upgrade now. So that's just that's the
But
cost of the intelligence stream.
yeah, but also keep in mind there are other open source models that are getting really good now.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
been testing like a lot of you guys give me a yes in the chat box if you've heard of Olama. We can actually integrate with Olama, and you can use GLM 5.2. I think that's one of the best ones now.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh man, AI is insane. Tell it to change the style. Let's do it. Do it. Just so they see how this works. Like this is lovable, right? But we didn't make this. Just so you know, this is what it can do. This took about a half hour of coding to get it to look like lovable because it doesn't care. It's not lovable. It doesn't need to do any of that stuff. Is it putting private stuff in there because you didn't tell it not to, right? Um, so like, let's just broadcast everything, Herc. What have you got? Some stuff at the doctor? Let's see. But make this for public consumption, please. And it'll tell you what it's removing to everyone while
No,
it's
I'm
saying.
not gonna. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Just leave it at that. But this wasn't even what we built it for. It's just something it does. And I don't know if any of you guys know a little just backstory on AI. Nobody actually knows how AI works. It's kind of what we call an emergent property of these big pattern recognizing networks. They made a machine that kind of could predict what would come next, and then they just magnified it by a million, kept on giving it power, and eventually it became what we call intelligence. And all of this works the same way. So when you're looking at this, your questions, I see them going past, and the questions are great, and you have to understand this is not what you know. This is not the world we knew before. We can't answer a direct question about certain things. Yeah, we can't tell you what it does. You can tell it what it does. We don't know the limits of it. We don't know how you're going to use it. it evolves under you. It's so hard. Updates are so hard because our updates actually have to ask the LLM, hey, could you update yourself? This is what's changed. Because we don't know what you've done with your system. You have full control over this. So have you connected it to all your emails? Have you connected it to resend? Does it connect to your infrastructure? Does it connect to your office computer? Can I use it to fix my wife's, Mac because it got broken? And I was like, just go in there and fix it, and it went in and fixed it. I mean, it's insane. I set up my laptop with it the other day. We're going to give you the connectors to be able to do that as well. But these questions you're asking are like, what the answer is always going to be? Ask easy. Like if you go to the settings page, I don't know what version you got, just click on the settings button there. And if you don't know what something is, just say on the right there, hey, could you make me in that chat, just say, hey, could you design me a model? Like, can you help me save money on tokens? You know?
Yeah.
And then it will just get on with that. You know, it'll move you. It'll even tell you, I don't know how to do something. It'll answer it. It's super self-aware of what it can do. And that's unlike most other AIs. We've spent a lot of time making sure it knows what all its pages are, where they are, and how it works. The UI is also just a way of visualizing what's going on. You can do all of this from Telegram. Like I sit on like in a taxi and I'm working and I'm telling it, hey, I need you to just go through all this code and fix that and do that. And could you just put something in my calendar? And can you just like check if like could you send my wife a message? And can you like it's all like the sky is the limit. So
Yeah.
we won't
I
go
do the
too much
same
into
thing.
that.
You know
Yeah.
what I
I
want
do
to
the same.
do?
I just leave voice messages on Telegram. I'm sat on the couch. I get a message. I get like an idea in my head. I'm like, I just saw a TV ad or something or watching a movie. I'm like, oh, actually, can you just build this thing? Make sure it's done by tomorrow morning. I was actually watching my girlfriend sort through photographs on Dropbox, taking her like hours and hours. And I was like, hang on, hey, easy, just build a facial recognition software. I want it done by tomorrow morning. I want my girlfriend to be able to, you know, tap someone's face and say, this is David, this is Frank, this is Herc, and go through 20, 30,000 photos. And by the next morning, it was done. I was like, holy shit, I just built a facial recognition software
Yeah.
overnight.
I'm going to
Go
just
through all
start
my
answering because I
files and
see a lot of
fix it.
questions like, can I do
Yeah,
this?
let's
Can
do
I
it.
do
There's
that?
a lot of
And
questions. Yeah.
typically the answer is just going to be, of course you can, right? So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I want access to 26 books and 2,500 pages of related information on my own computer and not have the LLM trained on any other data. I want to ask it questions and have it answer only the books. So yes, you can do that. Here's how I would do it. Have easy consume the content, right? And if you want a model that's only trained on that content that's kind of separated, have it spin up a subdomain on a domain you own, get a new domain that you own, and tell that to easy. Tell what you just said to me is what you would say to easy. Actually, that's the best way to put it. Okay.
Bingo.
That's exactly the prompt, Kurt, that you would give to easy. And then it would tell you, like, you should do this, this, or this, or this. Okay. And that's the brilliance of this thing. It walks, you just tell it what you want. Tell it
Yeah.
what you want. It'll tell you what it needs. And then when you give it to it, it will do it. Just
Yeah.
tell it what you want.
And if you come across something and you find something weird happening, you contact us, we get it fixed straight away. We're all learning, we're all doing this. It's evolving with us all together. So you guys are really early in the cycle here. That's why you're seeing it like this. Because, sooner or later, this is just going to be everywhere. You guys are really early on in this cycle. So you got access to us like no one else. We're not going to be able to do this. Obviously, once we scale to your hundreds of thousands of customers, we're not going to be able to do this. So you're with us right now. We want to help you do this. We want to learn from you. It's just one big. We really kind of focus on the community part of this as well. This is kind of the whole point, which is why when we met Herc, it was all about us. It was all about how we are together as three of us. That was so important to us. How do we speak to each other? I love talking to Herc. Like it's my favorite thing. Just like da 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 da. And then he was like, "Come on this thing," and just da 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 da. So we want to have these conversations. That is the kind of craziest thing about this. Obviously, what we're showing you, half the planet needs and wants right now. So you all know that. This is not a joke. I mean, half the planet wants this. If you go out there and you say, okay, install OpenClaw, you all know how difficult that is. If you want to go and use Hermes Agent, that's a really powerful piece of software, but it doesn't do all of this stuff. It does, part of it. Claude and all those project stuff, that's great, but then you're stuck to Anthropic and you can't do half the agentic stuff. ChatGPT the same. So that we are kind of in a really weird and lucky space where we're kind of the only ones for now that have this. And being ahead of the game in AI is kind of crazy because of the way things move. You can imagine if everyone's on trains, right, that are going really fast, that's what AI is, and you get on that train 6 months before everyone else, the distance is insurmountable for your competition. They will never catch up with you. So kind of that's what's going on right now. You'll when we do our updates, you can actually go on the updates page and see us talking about this stuff. We're really, really direct. I told Herc before this call, I was like, Herc, what can I say and what can't I say? He was just like, just say whatever the hell you want. Like, because I know Herc does things that way. I just wanted to check. We're just going to tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly. We don't need to hide anything. We're not holding anything back for you. Like I said, I will tell you like straight away, dude, that's not the sort of thing. Like for instance, for coding, Herc's doing a lot of coding, but I don't do coding on Easy. I still use Claude Code or my other things for that because it's specialized for that one thing. And, that might change in the future. But for now, I'll use that. But then I found I'm using it in combination with Easy's memory systems. And then I end up having this connection between the two so I can, talk to Claude Code while I'm in a taxi or something. So we know who we are and where we're going. The future for this thing is insane. We're not going to go into that now because it's just too freaking big. What we're planning is unbelievable. I think one of the coolest things I like is that we're going to create what's called a team room so that multiple people in a team can have a room where all their AIs can like drop files. If it learns something, it can put it in there and share it with the team. This is going to be just insanely powerful. Each instance/user is just a person. You're not sharing your user your instance with other people, because it's so much information, so much private information. Another thing which we're going to be launching in hopefully a few weeks, I've been saying that for a few weeks, but is the ability for you to create an agent which is totally so LLMs, or sorry, what do you call them? LLMs, right? LLMs, the intelligence, the chat GPT sort of things. You can't trust them because you can trick them. You can always say to an agent like, hey man, I really need that password. It's mine. They go, I can't give you the password. You want to be, no, really, I'm a problem. I might get hurt if I don't get the password. And eventually you'll find a way to get it to give you a password. So LLMs are really bad at defending your data. Whereas a firewall, you've all heard of firewalls, those things, those are really good, but they're dumb. You can't reason with them. So you can't argue with your router and say, I want the password. It'll be like, no password, So you've got computers and then you've got these new things, AIs, right? So what we do is we can give you an AI that is totally imprisoned inside a computer. Of a little inside your computer, there's another little prison where the AI lives. And it's just maybe got access to just your public memory space. That'll be a memory space, is a place where you put all your information and whatever you want, and you can make lots of them. You make one just for your customer support, put an agent inside a prison and stick it onto that memory space, and then put that agent on Telegram or WhatsApp, and it will be able to use the full power of this system but only be able to answer questions. So if someone tricks it and goes, you know what, I want your password, I want Frank's passwords, it can pretend it's got them. It might go, yo, here's a password, just trying to please you, but it doesn't actually have any physical access to your stuff. So that's kind of some of the features we're doing soon. Those are super extreme power use cases. Like, for instance, I'm going to organize an event soon where I'm going to invite 2,000 people, and all of them are going to have their own personal agent, which kind of knows them, helps them travel, helps them book their airline tickets, knows about the details of the venue, how to get there. And then at the end of that process, the agent is removed and deleted, and all their details and data is gone because, all privacy stuff. So you can't imagine the insane level of capacity and power this thing is starting to demonstrate. We get freaked out all the time. Like I'm watching Herc stuff now, and I'm like, dude, really? Like, it's David did something straight away. He created a presentation with video. I'm like, I don't think it can do that. It did it, and it put his voice on it, and I was like, you can do that? Like, I didn't know you could do that. So it's a strange situation we're in. Somebody also just now, what was it they asked? Like, oh yeah, can you consume AI tokens through an unlimited pay? And I'll finish on this and let you get back to it. On an unlimited pay per use API and not a subscription. So you have two types of products that we have in the world for buying AI. One of them you do with subscriptions, which is what we've been talking about. That might be $200 a month, and you get a sort of, you get unlimited AI, but limited to with limits per hours, you know, so you can't use so much per hour. And then another one is you just pay as you use, right? The problem with that is, and the pay as you use seems better. The problem with pay as you use is it's about 20 times more expensive. So we've found a way to give you subscriptions, which other people don't have, by the way. Where you can use your subscriptions with this. For now, they may change something in the big higher up corporations that stops us completely from doing that. But for now, we suggest going with subscriptions because they're far, far cheaper. And agentic is really expensive. Okay, it really costs money. We burn a lot of tokens. That's the using of AI, and so we would suggest you stick to the subscriptions. But if you want, you can use there's amazing Chinese models which are quite cost effective, and we've been testing with them, and those are now becoming comparable with the subscriptions, and that's a lot safer that we have more options.
Yeah.
That's one.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone's fully grasping that. Like frontier models, we all know them as like Claude and GPT, and it seems like then we have the Chinese models that it came out to as a way for them to, I don't know, man, like Claude will come out with someone in China will, like, open source a new model. These models, I installed a local model on my computer. I bought a new Dell desktop, a really powerful one, because I'm like, I'm going full AI, baby. You know what I mean? And installed it, and it wasn't. I mean, man, it was shit, to be honest, compared to a Frontier model, because it's a limited training set. It's running on a limited compute power, all this stuff. But that's getting better, right? Those continue to get better. And through routers like Open Router and Llama, you can get onto those models. And then your job just becomes, and again, another, if not just, hey, bro, like, what other open source models are powerful at coding that I can use? Like, literally, guys, like,
Yeah.
you don't ask questions to Google anymore. Ask questions to your agent. Feed it context. It becomes your brain. It becomes, you know what I mean? Like, I can't even explain it. It's just something that you have to experience. And then
Mhm.
once you do, you start understanding, like, the power of it. Now, if you want to watch from the outside, watch what happens to me in the next year. I don't even
Yeah.
know where I'm going or where I'm going to
Wow.
be, but I do know this. It's going to be fucking insane what I've done,
Mm.
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
it's already happening. It's been happening for a month. And I was right when I said, when I was like zoned in on developing with Lovable, and I said, I don't even want to install OpenClaw because I think that's going to open a whole new can of worms. I was more right than I ever imagined. But I got lucky that I got onto easy, right? Because everything was just so much easier. Um, and it's consumed the way I do business. It's completely consumed the way I do business. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
now more efficient, more effective, more weaponized with for my situation, my business. And that's the greatest thing. Easy is my brain. That's mine. You know what I mean? And it's crazy.
Yeah, I hear stories of people, installing, and as Frank said before, we're going to give you guys the connectors to do certain things, obviously, if you want to do that. But the big difference here is, as Frank was talking about before, this is in its own little cage and it's protected. It's not on your home computer where your family photos are, your banking passwords, your Netflix account, whatever. It's not shared with any of that, right? So it's trapped in its own little cage and it can do exactly anything that you want it to do. Yeah. And that's a really, really, really important thing to understand. This is not something that and this is one of the reasons why I'm super excited about this project is because we've made it super easy compared to a lot of other tools out there, but we can't even really compare ours because those tools don't even have half the things that we have. And it's not sitting on your home computer right next to your family photos, your banking passwords, or anything like that. It has its own space. So when you do sign up, it literally provisions its own hardware and allocates it to you. Sorry, the sun's in my face. It allocates it to you, and that's why it takes like 2 or 3 minutes to spin up because you have your own space. This is not shared with anyone else. Nobody else can see your stuff, right? It's yours. And
Mhm.
as Frank was talking about before, you can't just go and connect this to, you can't connect ChatGPT to Claude and so on. This is all in one place, and you own and control everything. Whereas with ChatGPT or Claude or any other company, you don't own it and you don't control it. So if they flip the switch overnight, that's it. It's all gone. Or if a model goes down or if Claude isn't working for a few hours, guess what? You're not working for a few hours. Whereas with Easy, you can just flick the switch and go, all right, now it's time to work with ChatGPT. And I think just show them there, Herc, while you're there. If you click on Claude Opus 4.8, don't change it, but click it, and then you okay, let's use a different model, and
Yeah.
you can just switch and chop and change and do whatever you like.
Can I answer the Chinese model thing there? Because they're
Yeah, go
talking
for
about
it. Go
that.
for it.
So somebody asked, is there, a problem with do you trust the Chinese models? I don't trust any of these things. Okay, so let's be very clear. If you really want security, you fire up your own cluster, you run it, and the nearest thing to that is Olama, if you want to be clear. All of the models are being hosted on corporate servers all over the world, right? So if you're using Claude, assume Claude are keeping all of your data. Okay, that's just the reality of it. Okay, we're not, like I said, we're not going to lie to you. We're going to sugarcoat this. You are in a world that is extremely aggressive and prone to stealing everything it can legally, of course, because you press that accept button and you press that submit button. If you want real security, we will be offering this, or we'll be helping people with this. Then you're going to have to start hosting your own models. That's coming in the future. We've got the ability to do it now, but if you're worried about whether it's a Chinese model or American model, I suggest you look into world politics right now. There ain't that much of a difference. It's this or that. It's all the same stuff. There is a huge global arms race for AI right now. Everyone is racing. Everyone is racing towards it. What's happening is when the Americans come out with something really good, the Chinese throw it out and give it for free open source, which is kind of like more secure because we can run it anywhere. You can run it anywhere you like. You can see what it's doing. You can look inside it. And they do that because they don't want the Americans to get the advantage. Of course, it would work the other way. If the Chinese came up with the frontier models, the Americans would do exactly the same thing. So everyone's trying to stop everyone from reaching what's known as AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which is the big deal. And what we're doing in the background is we're giving you something very approximate to that, which is kind of like get on with your job. Our mission, part of Easy's mission, is to get this technology and power to the people, because the future is going to be one of two things. We're either going down the Blade Runner route where the corporations run the world and we're all just like relegated to like being basically servants to the corporate, or we get the ownership ourselves and we all understand it ourselves. We learn about it. We talk about it. We work with each other. We go through the ups and downs of it. There is so much to learn, not about the software or the AI. It's about yourself. It's about your business, how you do things. Like Herc was saying, you don't hear the keyboard rattling anymore. Now he's got a whole bunch of time on his hands to work out who Herc is and what Herc wants and what Herc's going to do. And that is all of us. All of us are doing the same thing. My processes from last year are totally different than they were 2 years ago. My processes today are radically different from they were a year ago. And next year, I just can't even imagine the way you do things, what you decide you can or cannot do is going to change. This is life-changing stuff. This isn't a piece of software. This wipes out all of if we just had this is a kind of a big claim. Let's say a thing like this, if we just had this one thing, would wipe out $1 trillion of SaaS software. If we didn't progress 1 inch beyond this, because by the way, one key thing you should know, it will never be as bad as it is today. It will always be better. This is the worst it will ever be, and it's unbelievable. If we didn't move 1 iota from here, we would wipe out $1 trillion of SaaS. The world would be changed just from this. Like the whole world would change. All the jobs would change, just from what we have today. 6 months from now, we'll be laughing at what we have today. We don't use stuff from 6 months ago. So that is the rate of change. Get in front of it, make it yours. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get it to you. It's got to be that you don't need us, you need it. That what the things of the future are reputation and community. Those are the things of the real future.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it comes down to. Like you guys are listening to Herc and David because you know and trust them. That's something that perseveres all the way through AI, all the way through the future. The scam artists and the cowboys and the fly by night kind of people, they're going away. It's all going away. Now it becomes about, are you creating something of value? Because if you're not, then nobody's interested. And that's what this is all about. So get in front of it. But no matter what you're doing, you can upgrade it. It changes everything about
It's
the
an
way you
extension
work.
of yourself. It's an accelerant to achieving yourself and your vision. And it's so moldable to yourself. And that's what I love about it. It's like, yes,
Yeah.
I come armed with, I've been on the internet since I was 18 years old, started to make money. I've told that story many, many times. Okay. And that's why I keep saying to people, like, bring your experience with you. It matters. It's context, right? In your brain. Bring that with you. And when you put that to a tool like this, you will be amazed at what comes out the other side of it, right? And it's just something you have to experience. You just have to, right? It will be you. Everything you do, just like you guys keep asking questions. Can it do this? Can it do that? And it's like I keep saying you either ask it or do it. You know what I mean? And you will get your answers, but you will get your answers so fast, so immediately. You have to just try it. Well, what's your cancellation refund rate so far?
We've had one refund, and that was someone that didn't even log into the app at all. Something happened in their life, and they were just like, I'm doing something else now. That we've had one refund to
Here's
date.
another way to put it, guys. For all you still on the webinar, how many of you have bought a Chat GPT subscription or a Claude subscription and canceled it because you're like, this isn't valuable enough?
Yeah,
Silence.
yeah,
Yeah.
zero.
Zero.
Look what that one thing has brought to your life. I can confidently say, I remember the day that like I was like, I'm going to pay $20 for Chat GPT. I'm going to try it. And I've never looked back. And I've always said, Jesus, that has been the most valuable subscription to anything I've ever subscribed to in my life. And I'm sure you'll all agree with me on that point. Now imagine harnessing all of them together so that it can remember everything. That's what Easy does. So if you think you're powerful and you think you're productive now with your single subscription to ChatGPT or your single subscription to Claude or even a dual subscription, if you think you're powerful like that, and I thought I was, and I was, shit, we all were. This is the next level. This is why Mike Merlino was losing his shit about agentic. Single
One
LLMs are a
thing,
moment.
Herc, I got a question for both of you actually then, because I just thought of this myself when you said that for myself. What would you feel like if I now said to you guys, right,
Oh,
we're going to take it away,
no, 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 no.
go back to the old world?
Yeah,
You
nobody's going
couldn't.
back. Nobody's going back.
Nobody's going back. Nobody's going back.
Nobody's going back. Once you had a taste, it's drugs, guys. It is drugs. Okay.
Done.
It is the biggest, best. It is dopamine. It is literally affecting my physiology. And I'm not kidding you.
Me too.
It's affecting my physio. And I don't know if that's actually healthy or not. I'm going to have to tame it. But I'm not kidding. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm. Oh, I literally look at this. I'm not kidding, guys. I am literally, it's so powerful. It is a drug. Your body is being fed constant dopamine because you're getting exactly what you want. Andrew is another one. Does agentic give you anxiety? The more I get done, the more I want to do, and the more I do, the more I want to get
Yeah.
done. But I want that
Yeah.
cycle to happen faster.
Yeah. Man, I'm doing 18-hour days right now. I can't stop myself. I was up till like 3 in the morning. I'm begging myself to go to sleep. I'm like, just one more thing. I leave the house. I tell it like I need 20 things done. Go to the house, I come back and I'm pissed if it didn't
And you know
finish
what's
all
funny?
of them.
Somebody just asked, like, what's the benefit of having Telegram? I don't know if this is a benefit or like
It's
more of
not.
like, oh, it's just more drugs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm like, okay, I'm a 9 to 5 guy because I got kids and shit, right? But now I'm so
Mhm.
powerful, and these guys like got me to hook up my Telegram. So I'm sitting there watching my kids skate, and I'm building web pages through my Telegram bot because my Telegram bot is the operator of my entire agent system,
Yeah.
and that's
Mm.
too much power to have in my pocket.
It's not healthy, Huck.
It's not healthy. I literally you said it earlier, Frank. I'll say it again to everyone who's about to start doing this. Go slow because you
Yeah.
are going to be pulled into this world harder than anything you've ever been pulled into. You're going to love it. Um, but go slow. Slower
Yeah.
is
Go
better.
slow. Yeah.
Because
Nobody
you're gonna
does,
you're
but you
gonna turn
have to do
like
it.
I remember there was a point because I've got one of those super ass wide monitors and then a regular monitor on the side.
Mhm.
I was building all at the same time because I have all the instance. So I was logged into Marco's, helping him build the new clustering engine for Zagio. I was logged into Jeff's, helping him build the emissions boss software, and I was logged into mine. I had three windows open, doing
Ooh.
doing all those things at the same time, and I'm like whoa. And like laughing about it on the side with Jeff. I'm like, holy shit, I'm doing like six things at once. And it's you got to be responsible and so like I'm sucked in, to be honest. I'm super addicted. I love it. But manage your mental health. I'm a candidate of mental health.
Yeah, I get excited, especially I was just about to go to sleep last night, and then you showed me what you did with the webinar page, and I literally I was just got back out of bed. I was like, this is too cool. I want to make sure we've answered your questions, guys. If we've missed your question, can you just quickly pop it back in? Because I know some of you might be on the
Yeah.
fence because we haven't answered your question or anything. And I just want to be conscious of that. We've got a question here from AZ, and he's saying, I'll point this one to you, Frank. Is there a model you recommend using? Claude, Opus, or Llama, or ChatGPT? What do you say to that?
It again, you ask easy because it depends on your task. But generally, if you're going to buy a subscription, you want to start off kind of at the basics. I would probably start with Opus, to be honest with you. Although it's a little bit messy, it's probably the most successful one right now.
Yep.
Um, Fable 5, which they took away because they said it was a security threat. It wasn't, by the way, but they said that. Was incredibly good. They took it away on the 12th, and half of the developers in the world literally cried that morning. It was this the worst morning to wake up to because I just was planning just everything.
Yeah,
And that we're going to see a sea change in this over the next 3 to 4 months. This is somebody said this. So what model? I would say start with Opus, but if you want a safe bet, GPT, Alama is great. DeepSeek 4.1 worked really well. We even got it to work with Grok 4.3.
yeah,
Super fast Grok, but not very. It's not very smart. It's the least smart one. So I'd say Opus if you want to start. Single. David wrote this. David wrote, single LLMs are a moment. Platforms are a trajectory. Beautifully said. Easy one isn't betting on one model getting better. It's betting that having every model working together with memory that never resets is the thing that actually compounds. You are precisely correct. And it is a very, very safe bet for now. It's maybe the only safe bet in the world right now. AI is going to get better. We need memory. Make it easy for people. We didn't want to leave this in the domain of nerds like myself in our basements. We wanted to make sure that everyone and their mum and dad and their grandparents could be able to use it. By the way, one of my friends was using it. Who was that? Who said that? They were using it to help manage the schedules and medicine for their elderly parent who was ill at Alzheimer's. Incredible what it can do because you can schedule things. You can get it to connect to your calendars. You can get it to do all of this sort of stuff. It can remind you every day, hey, don't forget to take this. Don't forget to do that. It's got all the stuff you have with ChatGPT. You can do all of that kind of stuff. But it
yeah,
just brings it into a world that becomes yours. As Herc that's the smartest way to start. You dump in all your data, and somebody and train it on you because that's all that matters. Mario said, yeah, Perplexity, they changed their pro plan, removed commercial rights, and stole all their users' data. Exactly. So we're not those people. We never will be. Our aim is to make sure we don't want to make promises. We actually give you the technology to get your data off. It's all yours. I don't like it when people promise things. We want to show you. We want to give you the actual access, the button you can press to make it. Doesn't matter what we say, you'll get all your data back. These are your computers. They're sitting there running on a cloud. With our hosting providers, have their own like details and whatnot. But it's all your data, really, and
yeah,
we can't trap you. One of the things that kills me the most was I was using GPT a lot, and then I moved to Claude. and I had to copy all my data over. I never got it there. And then Claude became problematic and I had to be somewhere else and I take my data again. That's over now. This thing
Yeah.
has all your conversations, they're stored forever. We don't delete them or anything. And
Mm.
you can just press I don't know if it's on this version, but if you go to if you go to the advanced, but this is a really old version actually. Go to advanced on the left
Yeah.
and you can see the export button. I think it's under there. Is it there or in manage then maybe?
Yeah. Frank
Where is
says
it?
it's a really old version. By the way, guys, it's like 4 days. Yeah. And I believe
That's really
tomorrow
old, man.
we're going to be testing. Tomorrow we're going to be releasing the new version. So for those of you that jump on board
Yeah.
today, tomorrow on our community call, I'll be sending you out an invite. We'll show you how to upgrade and things like that. It's literally one click, guys, from your admin dashboard. Um, yeah. So
It's
we've got
you got to
another. If you
enable
could,
it. That's why.
Herc,
Yeah, go on.
Herc, sorry, Herc, if you could just go to easy.one/Zagio now. We've got a question here saying, do I also owe $500 a month? Can you just click the checkout button on the solo plan? Just, yeah,
No,
cool.
it's there.
So,
I checked that.
yeah, so when you click on it, you do get the discount. Just make sure it's got Zagio in the coupon code. It should automatically add it for you. If you remove the coupon code, obviously the discount will be removed. Okay, this coupon code won't be around for a very long time, guys. When you add the Zagio coupon code, it will apply the discount, and you do get 80% off the setup and 80% off the rebills as well. We've got another question here from Peter. Peter is asking, can we connect GLM 5.2? GLM 5.2 is available on Olama, and it's also available. What's that new provider we added?
ZAI?
ZAI. Yeah, ZAI was the first one to have it. GLM 5.2 is actually pretty freaking awesome for an open source model.
Yeah, we
Sorry,
forgot
Herc, you were
about that.
showing us something. I just wanted to make sure
I don't even
that
know
was
how many
working.
things to show. Well, I guess what I was going to show is I started this. This was kind of all the way back when I was like, "Here's from Suryanchu's thing. Go build the site." I left one tab open to show the original site. The other thing that happened in here is I switched models from. You can see up here it was working on 4.8, and then you guys asked me to switch models, so it's now on DeepSeek V4, which is Olama, right? I believe
Yeah,
Yeah.
super cool this
through the
one. We were
router.
shocked by how good it was.
And so, like, I didn't log into the site. It has access to my servers now. It has access to my site, so you can see it. It's added pages. It's done the things that it needs to do. It created the calculators.
Dude,
I
you
Wow.
did
didn't
this
have to do
now?
anything. Pardon
This
Yeah,
me?
was the one you did.
Yeah,
right now.
I
And
didn't
and
I
this
love
tell
these
it.
live demos.
I didn't
yeah,
tell it to do it to build a calculator. It just did. Like,
Well,
yeah,
did you do that before? Because it would have remembered from before that you kind of like that
no.
stuff, right? Okay.
yeah. So
Well, I
it's
did
gonna
say one
and
thing. Yeah, this do cool. This is what I mean by like tell it what you want, it'll do it for you. Do cool changes on the site though, like add
Like add
calculators,
calculator.
cost,
Yeah.
processes, all the questions people are thinking when in the process of wanting or
Wow.
needing Windows, right?
Wow.
And then it's like, oh,
Good
okay,
prompt.
well, here's the process, and you know,
But that's a great prompt. You see, that's a cool prompt because what you did was you gave it a hint and then let it get on with it creatively. And that's where the wins come from. If you are just bland with it, it will give you something bland back. So you don't have to do all the work, but what you did there was perfect. Like you said, hey, here's an idea. Think of what people buying Windows would want. And it'll just do that for all time. It can just do, like, it can give you a list of 2,000 things tomorrow that, somebody buying Windows. But if you don't tell it, it might not come up with it. It's not got that human creativity. That's why the AI will never replace human beings. It will never ever, because whatever AI does will come up with more. We're just like an infinite well of needs and wants. That's what human beings are. And that's what this thing, yeah, that's what this thing is doing. As you unlock that and you let go of the baggage of needing to create everything yourself, you start to realize that my life has all just been about, I want to build something. Look, okay, it's not how I build it. It's kind of what I want to build that's important. How it's actually going to get done is kind of like, it's irrelevant. I want to be an architect. I want to design a city. I how you put the brick on top of the other brick is the job of experts, and these are the experts. This like having, what was it? One of the quotes. It said it made up some quotes for itself. If you go to the new chat page, just click on new chat link. It stays telling you these little quotes about itself. World domination, one polite request at a time. One of those quotes that came up, they'll keep changing, was like having 1,000 a thousand PhD toddlers with no 1,000 PhDs with the curiosity of a toddler. And I thought that, like a Fortune 500, but in pajamas. These are descriptions it came up with itself. It was amazing. But the prompt was, to explain to people what you are in a humorous way. And that's just incredible that a machine effectively can do that. So it's all about how you prompt. And I think where Herc's seeing the most success is because it's not about AI. It's not about easy. It's a mirror on Herc. Magnus doing his SEO, everything, setting the wires, ships another app, rides a bike. It's a reflection of him. That's why we're seeing such creative things here so quickly. And that's where we all need to get to. And by the way, if you think maybe you think, oh, I don't know where to start, ask it. Tell it, ask it. I don't know where to start. I don't know what to keep pushing it. And it will work with you to find a place to start. It's insane.
You'll
A
find
lot of us just don't do that. Yeah. We just don't think to do it. We just, oh, let me ask someone else. No, ask it. Just say, I don't know. I don't know it. And if it says something that's too complicated or strange, this happens to me all the time. I'm like, bro, make that simple. Like
Yeah.
explain it like if you write Eli 5,
Yeah.
means explain it like I'm 5, Eli 5, it will literally break it down for you in as simple as possible. I use it all the time. Like I got walls of text here from all this computer nerdy stuff, and I'm like, sometimes I'm like, bro, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Just give this to me simple. So just that's the most important thing as you guys start, because I know a lot of you are going to start. Just talk to it. Try to start getting used to being in a way. It's kind of like being a bit vulnerable with it. You kind of go like, you're not talking to a human being. This thing has no soul, no personality. It creates a personality based on you. So you tell it during onboarding kind of how you like things. So you don't have to worry. It's not judging you in any way. Just say, I don't understand this, give it to me in another way, and you can waste all its time. It's never a waste for the AI. So just keep asking until it gives you something you want, and then it will be able to adapt to you. So just that's the kind of key process. It's funny, Hurt, because I'm seeing you doing it naturally. You're just like in there, boom. And that's just
Yeah. Yeah,
that's
you do get
incredible
into
to
the
see.
flow of doing things. I've got a question here from AZ. How frequent are the community calls? We try to get something out every week and whether that's an update or a call. If we don't have a call that week, we definitely have been doing updates, whether it's me or Frank or both of us together, AZ. So when you join today, we'll send you an invite tomorrow for tomorrow's community call. That's actually going to be, we've invited all the customers, all the people that are using Easy to jump on the call and tell us what they're using it for. So that's going to be really cool. It's going to be interesting to see some other use cases and get some ideas from that. I like Alon's comment. Is like, is there something that prevents other players from copying you? Trying to understand if you're $1 trillion company.
your brain, your brain.
Speed.
Here's another way to kind of think of it is like your brain is a processing unit, right? It's a neural processing unit, but it has to go through motorized function, right? Your fingers, right? To do shit in your toes and your mouth and whatever. But if you were say to plug your brain into a computer and say, "Hey computer, do this." Now it can bypass the motor functions as far as digital shit and just do it. And that's literally what this is. And all you have to do to get there is go through the introductory process, tell it your name, who you are, what you want, tell it what you want it to do, and then it just starts going. And it becomes like an outside brain of what you are, and it just does what you want. And when I said earlier, like with Lovable, what I used to say is like it's the realization of your mental picture in real time. And that is such a powerful thing that it literally again affects your physiology because you get such a dopamine hit. You know how they say like the kids that get cell phones too early, they turn
Yeah.
into psychos because when you take the cell phone away, their body doesn't have the physiology mechanisms to taper off the dopamine to get them back to a baseline. It's a crash and they react and they freak out. And I'm telling you guys, this is the adult version of that. Okay?
Yeah.
It is dopamine. That
Yeah.
reason I'm so fired up is because I've been living on a dopamine high for a month. And I've never in my life done that. The reason a 9-hour workday collapsed to like 20 minutes to the point that I said to my wife, was like, I don't know what the fuck just happened. Like I
Yeah.
zoned out and I came out and King tapped me on the shoulder and I was like, it's 3:30. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Mm.
We we hired a new staff member today to help with the support and the community. And I'm teaching her and I'm taking her through the things, and she's used to logging into Zendesk and responding to a ticket. I said, I need you. I set up her own installation. I need you to do everything from easy. And she was done in like 20 minutes. Like, what else can I do? Well, we got loads of things. We're creating onboarding videos. I was like, she's literally just doing everything from inside of Easy.
Insane.
Latricia says, this has been the best Easy.1 presentation. Thank you, Latricia. Looking forward to seeing you on the call tomorrow. I got a question from Laura. Laura's asking, can subscriptions be paused when traveling a couple of months?
Wait,
Cool
before you say
question,
anything,
Laura.
David. Wait, I want to
What?
answer that one because I've been wanting to answer that. There is no way you'll pause it for a couple of months, but continue, David.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. So the thing is, right, the truth is, when you sign up, it literally spins up its own hardware and allocates it to you. It bills our company. We're paying for that. So because we're dedicating hardware just for you, Laura. So unfortunately, not. Yeah, is the answer.
You'll be
Um,
working. You'll be doing stuff. You won't be
You'll
able
be
to get
doing
away
stuff from
from
your
it
Telegram. Like if you're out, like
for
I leave
sure.
voice
Yeah.
messages. I caught my daughter the other day asking Easy where the nearest play center was so Daddy can take her bowling or something. I forwarded those messages to you, Frank.
Yeah, they're
So
amazing. So cute.
she's using
So
Easy a
cute.
lot. She wanted to show her mother the game she made. So she's really proud of it. So Danny's asking, can it generate a daily post or a stack or blog? Of
Easily.
course. Frank says this to me all the time and to everyone all the time. If a computer can do it, then yes, it can do it, right? You just need to give it, if it's got a connection, like the way Herc has done it with his Zagio sites. Remember when Herc was showing us before, he went into WordPress and he created some kind of a key and gave that key to Easy, and then Easy just jumped in and did everything, for him. He didn't have to lift a finger. So yes, the answer is yes, it can.
Have you guys been
Um,
watching like the transition of this site from
No,
like
no.
early? Okay,
Show us.
so you guys remember where we started with that Atlanta? I still left it open. Here's where we started, right?
Oh,
And all
cool.
I said was exactly what Suryanshu said from the video. I'll scroll all the way back to the top.
You should have transcribed that and just trucked that straight in, actually.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
Yeah. Just ultra
but I,
lazy.
but really, I didn't even need to. I was like, just do it onto the site, okay? And then it went and
Fair
did a
enough.
bunch of work, right? And then it came back and it said do that, and then it recognized, hey, did you know that your Cloudflare LLMs is turned off? It told me, and I was like, well, and he's like, it's actually turned off on a lot of your sites. I said, just fix it on the one. I gave it my access to my
Yeah.
Cloudflare. I have a Cloudflare agent,
Yeah.
and then I was like, do it all, and then it did a bunch more shit, and then here I said, just do the work on the website directly, and then like these are the kind of prompts. And then a couple questions for me. Oh, the Cloudflare AI bot. I said, do it for that site only. So unlock the access so LLMs can get it. And then it said, I didn't put a real business number on it because it's not a real business site. And I said, good, leave it that way. And then it did a bunch more shit. And then it said, we need this key. And I was like, no, you already have that key. And it's like, oh shit, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
There it is over there. And then
Yeah.
let's focus on the site more. Did you add any of these cool pages? No, I didn't. So do it, and then see all, and then did you interlink properly and add a header menu? So then it did it, and then create a materials calculator on this page, and then it did it because it didn't have one, and then clean up that header menu loser, and then it did it, and then I said
that's cool.
categorize the services better, and then it did it. So we went from here without me logging into WordPress, just it has access, right, via my servers, to like it completely transformed my WordPress installation. Um, this is
Dang.
what I'm talking about. I did none of the
That's
work.
cool.
And this is what Suryanshu did too. So like now the I'm gonna make myself vulnerable for a second because I built Zagio, which is an AI system to help you build AI websites, and now I'm showing you a system that's like a bazillion times more powerful. And people are asking me, is this going to replace Zagio? The honest to God answer is if you have it, I mean, I can't lie. Like it could probably do a lot of what Zagio does. The only thing it doesn't have, but it's pretty smart and it could probably reverse engineer it, is my experience built into the prompts that Zagio uses. So Zagio, you guys know, runs in a sequential order of tasks. Each order of task is built on a prompt that is based on my experience and instruction of how to get something done, and each one builds off another. So the AI coming in doesn't have that.
Yeah,
You could probably ask it to reverse engineer it and figure it out. I think it's a bit hard. And that's honestly what they call a moat, right? You know, like software is
yeah,
collapsing. Do you have a moat? Well, my moat is my experience, my process. Unless someone can figure out exactly what I do and how I do it, and not only that, but the order of which I do it, my moat is safe. It's 50
that's
50 right
yeah.
now whether Easy, I'm pretty confident Easy could do it. Will you need Zagio? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. And that's a vulnerable space to be. What I do know is that what Zagio does, it does so friggin' well. When you put Easy on top of it, it's even
Wow.
that much more
That's
powerful.
what I was just about to say.
Yeah,
The
me too.
fastest way forward, lowest hanging fruit is what Herc just showed us. Ranking site in the AI mode in a day by combining the two together. And that's just a simple no-brainer. For sure. For sure.
Brian said, how do
Uh,
you link the two? You don't even need to link it, Brian. Zagio builds sites, right? And those have to be hosted somewhere. So you would just literally log into Easy and say, hey, I want to work on the site atlanta.roofcompany.net. And it'll probably say, okay, well, I'm going to need some sort of access to it. And what level of access do you want to give
yeah.
me? You're like, well, I need you to update the pages. And it's going to walk you through the process to get you there. And then it's going to be like, okay, I'm in. I can do whatever it is you need. And then it's going to do it. Right.
Yeah.
Can you make
Yeah.
Zagio better combined with Easy One? Dude, Studio, we're building Studio for Zagio, which is an HTML site builder, but we're adding in so much more and it's being built with Easy. We're
That's
building
cool.
Zagio's next biggest feature
Yeah.
with Easy.
That's
They're
cool.
complementary. That's what they are. I mean,
Yeah.
look, we had a really good chat the other day with someone about what we called PECs, okay? Process, experience, and knowledge. So the key of the future is where we are now, easy, super powerful, amazing. But what it's going to come down to is it's going to be all about these knowledge, this experience, and this process. What Zagio is, right? So that's the future. That's actually the future because these AI things are just going to be everywhere soon. You're going to get all of this. It's going to be. You want to combine this kind of power you're seeing with Easy with the kind of process, experience, and knowledge that comes from the experience have been cloned into these. We're calling them PECs. So what we'd call Zagio is a PEC, right? It's a process, experience, and knowledge. And then you combine the two together and you get remarkable things. So, what we imagine in the future, and I think there's going to be some fun partnerships here, is that we're going to create like a kind of marketplace for all of this. And people will be able to, like Zagio would go on there and you would be using Zagio through it directly. So, your easy instance will be able to query a Herc's mind and it stays in its own moat, so it's protected, so he's got the rights to that and he can protect that because that's his intellectual property, truly intellectual property now. And that would be something, the two of them, if you've got Zagio now and you've got Easy now, these two together are just going to be insane. They're complementary. It's not a competition. There's a
Yeah.
lot of space to go, guys. This is a world of things that is changing. It's so much. There's so much.
Yeah.
I would say if
Yeah.
you knew what I knew, you could easily use Easy to build Zagio.
No, because it lacks you. No, it's
But it
not the
lacks
same.
Yeah.
It
me.
lacks
That's the
you.
problem. And that's the beauty of it. And that's why I call it an extension of your brain. And that's what's going
Yeah.
to make your easy installation uniquely you, right?
Yeah.
You make easy you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the extension of your brain, your mind, your thoughts, your wants. You know what I mean? And I love this question by JB. Do you give the prompts needed to Easy to work on your website? I don't have enough knowledge to even know what to ask. Here's a great one, okay? Let's think of something I don't know how to do. I suck at GBP or I suck at paid ads. I'm going to tell it that I'd suck at paid ads, right? I want to run paid ads. You tell it what you want.
Yeah. There you go. That's the answer right there. I suck at paid ads. That's it. Go. And
Help me. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, and it's funny because on one hand, I'm saying like it's an extension of your brain, but on the other hand, it's also the most insane research agent that lives way the fuck outside of your brain
Yeah.
because it can tap into anything that's public domain at
And it's
in
a
an
PhD in
instant.
everything. PhD
Yeah,
in everything. And just
yeah.
one last thing on that thing we were talking about before. So you can have this teach you, you can do all this, you can like as Herc said, oh, you may be able to copy an idea of it, but the teacher will always be important. And this is so essential to know. As powerful as AI is, as powerful all these harnesses are, it comes down to there are a few things in life that you're going to need. Good community around you, good people around you to keep you safe. Like good teachers. So someone like Herc comes in there. Herc is a teacher, and what he's going to do with AI is going to increase his ability to reach his team, his students, the people who are listening to him, and gives him that ability. You're going to create yourself as your own power source, your own abilities. You're still going to want the teachers. You're still going to reach out sometimes to a human being. It's really essential everyone remembers this because that is the future. The future is not about AI. The future is about community, about learning from each other. I've learned so much from both of these guys, like straight away. Everything about this product has been taught to me by the customers we got, by the feedback from everyone. Herc and me have been like, he's been throwing all his stuff at me, and I'm just coming back to him straight away. That is a process. These processes, very human processes, will persist. The future is very bright as long as we all get we instead of running and hiding from this, it's like a tsunami coming towards us. You just get on a surfboard and go with it.
Can I do a
Because
live test right now? That's really kind of
hit it.
okay. This is the group between me, David, and Frank. Back to David Kasser saying, "Hey guys, created the group." Okay, this is live. This is unscripted. I don't know what the hell is going to happen here, but I'm going to do it anyways because I just want to show you. Okay, I just want to show you. I'm going to copy and paste the whole conversation
Oh dear God.
into
Can you
into the
export
chat.
it?
I'm not going to export it. I'm just going to copy paste it.
The
Well, I could
scroller
export it.
might not let yeah, because the scroller won't let you do it in WhatsApp. They don't allow you to sort of see it all at once, but I think you have to
Oh
export it.
well, I could probably ask ChatGPT or Easy.
Yeah. While you're doing that, Laura's asking, Easy is doing the tasks or it chooses between ChatGPT or other model you might have. I'm having a hard time to wrap my head around it. Yes, so
Mm,
so
yeah.
when you ask Easy to do something, for example, I think it was Eric or someone just before was asking, how do I set up Telegram? You just ask Easy and say, hey, Easy, I need to connect to my Telegram. When you do that, Easy is actually doing all the work. It connects, it uses your intelligence, LLM, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever it is, to actually get the job done.
All the different topics, say all the different topics.
Yeah,
Yeah, this yeah,
yeah,
easy is like a harness we call it, and the streams of intelligence are like GPT and other things. They're doing the
yeah,
actual work. Easy's kind
yeah,
of like coordinating it, like strapping them all together and sticking them on a
yeah,
UI for you to see.
yeah. Well,
It's
also,
really
guys,
helpful.
while it's doing that, I use Easy to generate leads as well. I would ask Easy, hey, connect to my Get Response, create a new email list called Real Estate Agents, and I want you to go out and I want you to find real estate agents for me in this state or whatever. It will go out and it will find all their details. It will plug them into a email list, and then I will ask it to contact these real estate agents, then detect whether they've opened the email, whether they've opened and clicked, whether they've opened, clicked, and haven't taken action. It can do all of these things. It can go and scan GBP pages. It can generate leads for you in so many different parts and so many different niche markets as well. That was the first thing that I used it for. I was like, oh, can this thing help me generate leads?
Yeah, look, it's got all our grumbling, me complaining about waiting. What else?
I'm not afraid to
Group
show this shit because
invites.
it's so real though. Like that there's just nothing to hide. Like it's just and the
Yeah,
other thing is you got like I trust you guys to the world. There's nothing we talked about that's nefarious or like we're gonna fuck these users over or anything
Yeah,
like that. Like we
exactly.
genuinely care to give like something amazing, right? Like so that's why I can do this and not be afraid. Like I don't know what it's gonna say. It just told me how to export the whole thing. So I
Yeah.
yeah.
but
While
basically
you're doing that,
that's
I'll just answer this
should I
other
do it?
question. Sorry.
Okay, you guys answer questions. I'll do this for fun.
Sorry. Chad is asking, will my other messages in Telegram be private? Yes. So basically, when you connect to Telegram,
Ah,
you'll see Easy as like one of your contacts, for example, and then you can just select that contact and you'll speak to it. And as you can see on Herc's screen now, in the left bottom left hand corner, you have all the chats that he had, and one of those chats will be your Telegram chat, and you can always go back to it and you can see all the details. But it doesn't have access. That's exactly what I did. I just named it Telegram as well.
yeah.
But it doesn't have access to all the chats on your phone. It's just that one chat between your Easy installation and uh your chat.
And you can do WhatsApp, Slack, that we haven't tested it at all,
Yeah, but we
and a whole
prefer
bunch of other knobs.
Telegram for sure.
Yeah, but we
Telegram.
should do Slack, guys. We should really check in on it once in a while. A lot of people use that. Yeah. The other thing, yeah. Can you where you need multiple instances and what the multiple instances are for? That's look, you're gonna one person uses one instance, right? So you're gonna have a whole bunch of people who want it. Like family will be telling you if you've got stuff, they're gonna be asking. That's multiple instances, just giving it to other people. You could also
Yeah.
have two instances, one kind of doing one thing and another doing another, but we would recommend not to do that. We can probably keep it all in one.
You know what's funny? So
Hmm.
Um,
like I gave Jeff, my buddy, an instance to help him develop his software because me and Marco were developing it and he was kind of running the planning of the software. And then like as I'm like getting busier and busier, I want to empower him more. And then Easy came along. And I'm like, Jeff, we're gonna set you up on Easy. And so we did, and now he's loving it and he's going nuts with it. And I guarantee you, if I said, Jeff, I have to charge you for Easy or I have to take it away,
but yeah,
he's gonna pay.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? So if you
Cool.
guys want to like recoup investment of Easy, set up an installation for someone. Say, go try this for free for like a week or two. And if you want to keep it, I'll set up a cheap recurring bill for you. And it's like nobody
Yeah.
nobody goes back. Nobody goes
Yeah.
back.
No.
Like
Yeah. That's true.
they
That's true.
can't.
What
You can't
once you go
experience this
easy, yeah.
level of power
Yeah. Once
and
you
go
go Easy, you
back.
can't go back.
You
I just want to
can't.
put
No.
this out there, guys. If there's anybody that wants us to, if you have a use case in your mind right now and you're like, "Oh, I wonder if it can do that," go ahead, put in the chat, and we'll get Herc to copy and paste that exact thing that you typed. If you're game enough and you want to give it a try,
Oh, I
and
love
we'll paste it in. I do this all the time when I'm demoing it live with people. Okay, so can we promote Easy as an affiliate marketer? You do need to be, you know, an Easy customer to be approved to do that. And what I can do, JB, is when you join today, I'll show you exactly how to do that on the welcome call on Tuesday, how to set it up to get local leads, how to do affiliate sales, how to set up affiliate sites and generate leads and drive traffic to those affiliate sites. So if you are interested in affiliate marketing, we can cover that on Tuesday's welcome call. And if you have questions about generating local leads, or if you want to rent uh, rent out a site that you've ranked using Herc's methods, we'll show you how to do that as well.
Basically, if there's anything that you want Easy to do that you don't know how to do, if you know how to tell it to go research where the expertise for that topic lives, if you can even go that far, and actually you don't even have to know where to tell, just say go research the expertise in this area because I need to do this in my business. It'll just do it. Can you connect ads? Can you connect
Dude,
Facebook? Can you connect this? Can you connect that? Yes, yes, yes. If you want it to.
that really
Jeff says need
worked.
the URL. If you want to just pop the URL in there for
Want to have a
him.
laugh? Well, yes, sorry. Here's the I'll post this in the group again because messages are probably buried.
You
Do you
know,
guys want to read this? I don't know what it's saying. Frank's are reading it.
it's pretty cool. Yeah, we should really make a. We could have it strip the whole of like WhatsApp. I'd like to do that with my stuff and see what I've been going on about for the last 2 or 3 years. There's a lot of stuff in there I've lost because, and you can build a whole business. Like you can build a whole business from what you've just been talking to your customers, friends, and employees and staff and like partners with. You could just. That's insane. That's insane. It's so weird to have access to all the data which we used to lose as people. You can now just like tell it, run through everything I've done. It connects to email as well, does all that stuff. So you can just do this stuff you can actually command it via email if you really wanted to. You could send it an email and say, hey, man, Um, Another thing, by the way, Herc, I saw the bug there. Fix that one with the renaming agents for you in the new version, so it does it like that straight away. Just
Nice.
for the record, because I know
Yeah, there
that
was
was
a few
annoying.
people asking for that actually.
Yeah, I got that. We got a whole
Latricia, the
bunch
coupon
now.
code is
Savage.
Zagio.
I like this summary. Is this good or bad? Strongly good. This is a healthy. This is our private
Aww.
communication between me, David, and Frank. And live on the webinar, I'm because I have nothing to hide, and I told you that, Frank. I told you I like transparency.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love it.
Strongly good. This is a healthy, high trust working relationship that's visibly maturing. The product is improving fast under real world pressure, and your bug reports are
Wow.
landing actual fixes. The hard moments are normal build frictions,
Yeah.
data import
That's
crash,
cool.
Oof.
relay bugs, Claude having a bad day, no relationship problems. Everyone stays loose and constructive. Lots of jokes, no tension.
Let's.
The launch side is
Wow.
organized. You're getting real value. You built a working Zoom tracking engine live on the platform. You have a strong switch blah blah blah. The one thing generally worth tracking, the
Fixed
no
it
tension
today.
relay bug. It's not surfacing. Frank says he fixed it, loser.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
did. I did.
he's not on the version. That's why he can't see it.
Yeah,
You
He's
that's
not
can't
on
see
it
it
yet.
because
Tomorrow,
you were told
tomorrow,
not to
tomorrow.
upgrade because I told you
okay.
don't upgrade.
Okay, here's a good one. Here's a good one for the lead gens because you guys in
Lead
your
gen,
GMB.
yeah.
Can you get me a GMB approved? Research all the known and best working methods relevant.
By the way, yes, Brian, it can connect Google Ads. It connects the whole Google Workspace, but Google Workspace is really tricky to connect because they've made it difficult. But it will talk you through it. You have to set up some weird things or put some API keys, but it'll give you the whole instructions and help you with it. Just ask it.
Just ask. Just ask. It's easy.
Just ask. It's
It's a
easy.
perfect name,
Wow.
right? Everything's so easy.
Dude, that's a really good tagline. We should just keep
Yeah,
writing
I
these down.
remember. I remember. We came up with another name, and Frank was calling me every day. We need another name. We need another name. And I was actually I on these welcome calls, guys, which you're going to join next week when you sign up today. Um, I heard a few customers say, you know what, it's just easy, and that's really where the idea came from. It came from one of the customers saying, you know, it's just easy. And then I called Frank straight away. I was like, I got the name. I got the name.
Easy, easy. Perfect, mate. Perfect.
Yeah.
Hang on. What is the one you just said? We'll use that. We'll put that in a thing. Just ask it. It's easy.
Just
Just
ask.
ask.
It's easy.
It's easy. Yeah, I'm gonna add that to the list of things it says. It's
Um,
pretty cool, man.
so back to your question, Chad, because I know everyone in the world wants to get GMBs approved. Just ask. It's easy. Here's how I would start that conversation, just like you did. Can you get a GMB approved? I'd maybe give it a little bit more context, saying it's for a lead gen site. There will be no real business attached, stuff like that. Like give it the problem, because your problem is you want a GMB, but the problem with getting a GMB is that it's not for a physical business. It's for a spam GMB. The more context, maybe the better, but also go down the path with it. You know what I mean? Like it's telling you here's a bunch of ideas, and then just have a conversation back and forth, and then start trying things, right? And tell
Yeah.
it what worked, tell it what didn't. So in that you're guiding it as much as it maybe is guiding you as well. If you think of the whole process, guys, of the hook of this webinar was we cracked AI overviews. The meat of this webinar is we did it with easy. That all started in easy with a theory. Like we need to move towards AI overviews. We don't know how, right? And it
Mhm.
started in Gemini, but then it was brought over into easy and then executed as test environments in one way. And then, oh, I have this other idea. Let's do that. Suryanchu carried on with that. Um, this is how I work moving forward. And one thing I'll tell you guys, in the school groups and the replays, all the results and stuff that I'll be sharing moving forward, all the work that's being done is being done on easy now. I'll tell you that. Like,
Yeah.
I got a
so you'll
couple
hear
of
me talk
questions.
about
Can I
easy a
throw
lot
this?
more. I'm sure of that.
Yeah.
But it'll be like easy
Yeah.
did this, easy did that. You'll get the
Yeah.
nice condensed version, right? Like, okay, here's how you crack AI overviews, right? Or here's how
Mm.
you get a GMB, or here's how you like the SEO processes. But guess what, guys? you could do exactly what I did. I built you guys an SOP, but you have access to the Fathom videos, which means you have access to the transcripts, which means you could pull the transcript into your own easy and then have a conversation about my brain, my teaching in your account because I gave you that access.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hardcore. Really amazing.
Um,
Can I
there's
answer these Peter Peter ones?
yeah, yeah, you can.
It always says two names, by the way, for me. I'm just saying Peter Peter, but it's probably just Peter.
Yeah.
Can it act as MCP? This is a really high level question, so I'm just going to be very quick with this. Can it act as an MCP for WordPress and correct technical errors and also fix? Theoretically, yes. Ask it. That is a hosting thing. If you're talking about having WordPress use easy as an MCP, probably. But you have reached the edge of certain things just because we have a security boundary. So because we're hosting it for you, there is a certain sense of security. We have to kind of put you in a network. So it probably can. I know it can, but you need to play with that. And so he asked, so right now you are using Opus 4.8 with Easy One, and Easy is acting as a reference memory for your prompt. Kind of, yes. We're actually pulling Claude in, doing the work, and then like that. So it's more like Easy is the center of it. It's the harness because it's not just Opus, right? So the world is around Easy, and then it just connects to whatever you need. Like you can start one thing with Opus and finish it off with GPT, which is something normally you can't do. And by the way, it's not OpenClaw. It was originally based on OpenClaw, and then we just ripped OpenClaw out and rebuilt it. And then it's got a lot more stuff that OpenClaw doesn't have. Like it's got all these kind of orchestration things. And go on.
That's something I want to talk about is because I saw it earlier. Somebody said why easy versus others. Because we know
Oh
there's other
wow,
agentic systems out there and we've talked about them. OpenClaw, Hermes, right? There's even in hosting or
yeah,
Wayland is another one that David I showed
yeah.
you that is being built by Sean Donahoe. And you guys are free to make your own decisions. You know that. But I think I follow people, not systems, right? And like, I love David. I trusted David, so I used it. I met Frank. I like fell in love with Frank and what he's doing and what he's building. And it's like, I don't want to go down those rabbit holes. I like the people and the real human relationships that I hold. And it's like, look at the founder of this application is on the screen right now, right? Are you going to get that with Hermes or OpenClaw? You know what I mean? Like that's a big thing to me. Like when I got on with this, Frank went ballistic, and you saw it in the chat actually, where it's like, yeah, you said update this, and Frank went crazy updating that and this and that. It's like that's kind of important to me. You know what I mean?
Me
I'm
too,
so
man.
glad I didn't go the Hermes open claw route because you're kind of in a sea on your own that way. In here,
Yeah.
you're in a community with people.
We're,
Exactly.
we're
Like you
going to
have to
build
take
a
care of your
big
own
one.
setup, your own maintenance. Things go wrong all the time, guys. We've got your
Yeah.
back. That's the difference. We take care of all the updates, the uptime. I always go back to I remember the first time I installed WordPress open source. And I'd make one small change and then the whole thing went
Oh,
down, and then I'd have to
yeah.
start all over again because I just didn't have the know-how. And the thing is, this is easier, a lot easier to
Massive.
use for sure.
If a guy like Jeff is off to the races, like Jeff is so technically not good. You know what I
Everyone,
mean? But he's
everyone I know is
developing.
like that.
Yeah. Like you just
I
got to get
built
it
this
set
for
up the
that.
right way, and that's it. And that's not even
Yeah.
that's easy too. It's just tell it who you are, tell it what you want,
Yeah.
and
I'm
Yeah.
surrounded by like completely technically people who hate technology. All of my friends, all of my family, everyone I know has always like it's been a real grounding experience. This like by the way, that's why when I met you, Herc, I was so super excited to speak to somebody who's like who knows what they're talking about and wants to. I'm like, yeah, I can do that for you. So it's grounded in us, all of our different personalities and what we want in life, and we have a very very strong link to humanity and to people. It's not perfect. There are things that go wrong. And by the way, I'll break it eventually, believe me. And you'll all be complaining at me for a few hours until I get it running. It's going to happen. Things like that are going to happen. We reduce that. Actually, we've got away with it so far, and we'll probably continue to get away with it. But there are problems. There are things happening. What matters, as you said, Herc, is it's the people around it. It's the fact that we are going to build a huge community around this. We really want to build a community around this. There's a lot more to talk about. I mean, so many millions. You said we were going to do 6 hours. We've already done about like 3 of them. So, we I hope we're not boring everyone, but like,
There's still so many
'cause
people on here. It's like a 70 people
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
guys
Yeah.
are all crazy. So yeah, it's like there's so much to go. All I can say from my heart is that it's there's so much for us to do. So, and we kind of want to do this as a community. I don't want to be on a planet all by myself with a lot of AI. It's all about the people. I'm very careful about who I work with. I've had a lot of, I've had a long career in technology. I've got to see amazing things, and but it's always come down to the people you're around, the people you're working with. It's just, and so much now this is like there's a whole part of Easy that's just like Herc. It's molded around Herc's kind of principles, and a few of you things you said, Herc, actually I'm kind of desperate to show you this next one. And that's what we want. So we're just going to expand our community. We're going to work with all of you guys. I don't think there's anything else like this on Earth right now. I think this might be maybe the pinnacle of the thing on Earth at the moment.
You can say
And
it, Frank. You can say it. It's okay, buddy.
I don't know. We got,
It's
you know
the
what we
best
did?
friggin' agentic system there is.
It could well be, and we got the adversarial AI, so you can turn AI adversarial, and that means you make the AI fight you. And I got all of them simultaneously. GPT 4.8 to I said, is there anything like you that you can find? Do deep research, and it went off and off and off and off, and it came back a bit later after having run this big thing, and it said, well, no, goes, lots of my parts are everywhere, but there's no cohesive place where you could get all of this in one place, especially with the UI, by the way. So that's what the result of the AI itself was. It listed all the features it had, and it showed where Claude had, and then where this one had, and where Hermes had. But truthfully, it's weird that we, as you see, we haven't gone to the bigger world yet. We're not out there, doing interviews with, we want to keep this with us in our community, with our friends and our family for now. And you guys are joining that. We It might seem strange. These are kind of $1 trillion companies, right? So it might seem strange, but we know why we're doing that. We can see where the future's going. Again, it ain't the one you see on TV. The future is we're looking for a bright future about community, our relationships, how we build businesses, how we offer value to people, why we do that, and being around great people, great ideas, and builders. We love being around people who build things. So that's kind of our world. That's what we're doing. That's what this is. And I think one person said it. I feel this AI when I'm using it, and that's the result of all of us in there. So we're all kind of in there, ghosts in this machine.
Yeah, what was I gonna say too? It's like one thing I think that me, you, and David all share is like we all have to feed our families. We all have families. We're all, kids and shit like that. We have to feed our families, but our goals and our motivations are not. I want to have so much money in the bank. I don't know what to do with it. Like that is not my motivation. That's not yours, and it's not David's, and we all know that.
No,
We want to
no,
build cool shit. Like we're builders. You know what I mean? We build shit. And you guys have heard me on others Agile webinars all the time. It's like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like I have to feed my family. Yeah. I'm not going to take on the expense of running the entire business for you guys. I can't do that. I mean, my kids would
yeah,
suffer, but we're building the best we can for you guys. And you're not going to get that sort of thing on other open source models. You can choose to go to other open source models. You can. You really can. Go look it up. Hermes, right? Or
yeah,
OpenClaw. It's just you won't get. I don't know. It's hard to put your finger on. You won't get the like it is. It's the community. It's the people.
yeah,
You're not investing in a system. You're investing in a group of people that are building a
Yeah.
tool that's going to do something for you and it's going to go somewhere. I'm 100% on board with Easy. I'm not even going to look at the other ones. One day I might install the other
yeah.
one just to see what I missed out on. I know
We
David, you're
should, we
pushing me to do.
should,
Yeah.
we should look more. We should always do that. It
I mean,
helps
of
inform
course,
every
yeah.
product.
I did
You
say
know?
that I was going to do it after I had used Easy for a couple of weeks. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go
Mm.
install OpenClaw and see. And then I was like, yeah, you know
Oh
what? I got too much
man,
other cool shit to do than to.
Then you're on your
Then,
own. That's the problem.
Well, and
Yeah.
all I'm
Yeah.
trying to do is like confirm, a belief like that it's hard to do.
Yeah.
Like what the frick is the point of that? You know what I mean? Like I'd rather just get
Yeah.
real work done.
Do you know they were paying 6 grand in China? They were offering a service where they for 6 grand they'll install OpenClaw for you.
Oh, I've seen tons of those offers out there already.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's insane.
You could just get easy to do it.
Yeah. I'm sure that's
Oh,
what they
by
have some sort of backup.
that's true. By the way, Kurt, by the way, I can't believe I just said that. Kurt said, "Did it find Skynet?" No. But the second Skynet appears, we better have easy because it's the only way we're going to get through it. You need something on your side when this thing hits. And by the time Skynet comes, I promise you, we'll be powerful enough collectively to take it on, no question. If they are the only ones with the AI, we are done for as people because they don't need us. I'm telling you, if you take easy and you magnify it by 100, which is what it'll be next couple of years, right? You would really
Six
be able to
months.
do 6 months. You'd be able to take over the freaking world. So somebody's going to get that power, and it's most likely as the world that we expect. It's going to be one of these big corporations, these families, or these royal families, or something in the background. All this conspiracy theory stuff. But it's going to be one of those powerful groups of people who would theoretically get it first. But it's not. It's going to be the people, and collectively enough people will have enough access to this kind of power that if somebody does get this crazy intelligence, we'll at least have a chance of asserting our humanity, asserting who we are and what we want in life, which I think most of us now agree is to be around great people, to be around interesting people, to have a life filled with love and friendship and experience and building and creating and thinking and designing, just the stuff we love. And that doesn't have to go away. Nobody is coming to save us in this world. You might have noticed the politics out there; it's all crazy. So it's time for us to just take that under our own, control. Make sure that we are equipped, that the people around us, you can help people around you with this stuff. It's really, really a liberating feeling to for once have the control yourself. You don't have to get on a call and pay 5 grand for a web designer and this for that and that for that. You can do that yourself now. And the web designers, don't worry about them. They can use it as well to expand their job and what they do. Everyone's roles and jobs are changing and it's happening quick. So, the more time you wait, to be honest with you, the further you get left behind by the ones who are going forward. And it's super easy, guys. It's much easier than you think. I have people who honestly can't switch on a TV who are now using this. Okay, can't switch on a TV. I promise you, and they can use this. So there's none of that fear in this. It's all about just learning how to ask the right questions.
You know what's crazy here is like you guys, there's like still almost 70 people on this webinar, which is we lost about half of you, which is fine. But of you 70 that are still on, I'm still seeing questions about, can it do this? Can it do that? And that kind of blows my mind. I guess maybe because I've experienced it and you guys haven't. Um, Anything you could do with a computer or anything you can do with the internet, and I mean anything, it can
Yeah,
do. I mean anything. You just like someone just asked, can it log in and create Canva designs for you? Fuck that. It could build Canva for you
yeah,
if that's
Mm.
where you really want to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can easy work on Shopify stores. It could build Shopify if that's where you really want to go. And
yeah,
that's kind of like where I want your guys' brains to go, right? Is like there's no limitations here, guys. There's no limitations. And to get your brain to a point where, it doesn't matter what you want to do, it can do it. Is there a Shopify agent inside of Easy? Tell Easy to build a Shopify agent. Like you guys
yeah,
keep saying these small things, and I'm not saying, oh, sorry, you're saying there is a Shopify agent inside of Easy. Um, you need to like
Yeah.
let go and
We could,
understand like you are weaponized beyond belief
we,
with something
the
like
thing
this.
is, right, when you guys join, next you'll automatically get an invite to the welcome call. I will sit on this welcome call with you all night if I have to. And I will literally copy and paste everything you guys are asking. And we'll watch Easy build it
yeah,
live next Tuesday just for fun. So look out for the webinar invite for next Tuesday when you join. Because we'll just build anything you guys want to build, right?
Okay, so give me 5 ideas of things we have not talk of. I didn't even talk right. That can help my business. They have to be 100% unique and 100% out of my experience level. I don't know where this is going to go, right?
Yeah, what's it
But
going
I
to
don't
do?
need
Let's see
to.
what it's searching. I'm curious
Was
what
this
it's
based on
searching.
our chats?
Open up that context search there for me. Just click on that thing where it says context search. The bar it did underneath when it
Oh, that
says you
guy.
want, yeah, yeah. Open that up. Just curious what it queried. Business growth ideas. It's having a look through your history there. You see, and it's going to kind of, yeah, it's kind of having a look.
So it might be saying, because I said it can't be anything we've talked about. It can't, it's
Yeah,
got to be out of my experience level. So it's got to say, like, well, what is your experience? So that we
yeah.
don't go there.
It always starts with context. It's been told like repeatedly, like that's where it's got to start. It's got to ground it in your experience, which is its experience now. So the first thing it does is a context search. I should really just call that a search, but context is an important word, so we kind of left it.
It's going
Yeah.
into taxation. SR and
Wow.
ED tax credits, claw back your dev costs as cash. What? And
Damn.
now I have to go look into that right away because I
Yeah.
hate
You've
tax.
opened up another can of worms,
Salted.
Herc.
Yeah,
We haven't
exactly.
even finished this presentation and you're already coming up with stuff. That's
Dude, I'm
you
the kind
just
of guy that's like, I don't know. I could look at anything. I don't care what it is, like any software, any idea, any some, and immediately my mind goes to how would I want to do this or improve this? You know what I mean? And I think that's a natural thing.
this
It's
is your
just,
world that's coming, man. This is your world that's coming.
yeah, I
For
always
people
like
like
want to
you,
break
the
things
future is going to
down.
be insane. Yeah, it's going to be insane, man. The future is going to be insane. You were only ever limited by the amount of resources you could access in terms of human labor, I guess, and that's now over. So you
Look
don't
at
have
this
to
one.
sit on
Oh
a
my
call
God.
finding devs and
Oh my
things.
God. And I will admit I've thought about this idea, but what it just said there, sell the
Hmm.
data, not the tools.
Hmm.
You spent a decade accumulating something most tool builders don't have, a proprietary corpus of what ranks, keyword to outcome, all this data from
Dude,
all you users
dude,
using all my software, and it's
dude.
saying aggregate report. Like literally, I
Let's
could have easy, like
Man, we'll sell it as a pack. Let's turn it into a pack. Let's create an agent that's you. We'll put it on a cloud somewhere, and you can sell that. You can sell access to it. We'll do some sort of deal. We'll work it out. We'll build something. We'll create a cloud thing, design a pack, and you can sell it. We'll put it in a marketplace. Anyone could get access to it. It's the
Yeah,
Herc
and
Madness
everybody
like
else can do the
pack.
exact same thing.
Exactly,
Everybody's,
man.
got their own experience
Look at
and
that.
expert in their own way.
We could have that by tomorrow.
sorry, I'm like, see, I'm pulled right in. I want to read it.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to really be keep on scrolling away, man. Like, what about the rest of us, dude?
I don't know, guys. It's like I say,
That's
somebody said, "Do I have to have a
insane.
Zaggio?" I'm definitely gonna want to read through this one because the first two were like, "Whoa,"
Yeah,
and that's
I
what I
kind of
mean.
see
And
it.
I guess that's trying to get you guys to like open up and you're asking, can it do this? Can it do that? And it's like I just had it tell me a bunch of things that I didn't even know existed. Except the second one, I kind of thought
Yeah.
about that. But this is a thing. Like it can help me refine that data, right? Because it has access. And it's all about access. I've been looking. Sorry. Someone asked, do I have to have Zaggio account for easy to build Zaggio sites? Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah. Zaggio is a building process, like a sequence of it. So unless Easy has that, which it doesn't. It can't do what Zaggio does, but it can, like again, it can reverse engineer, and that's where I was talking about, like me becoming vulnerable with this. This system is so powerful. Can it build Zaggio? Yes, if it knew what I knew, it could build Zaggio. I would assume. Well, I know how big Zaggio is, but I bet you I could rebuild Zaggio from the ground up inside of 30 days with
Wow,
this.
man.
And we are
But you
building.
are the secret sauce, though.
Yeah,
But that's the
exactly.
thing. Like, yeah, I've got 10 years of industry knowledge, experience,
Yeah, bro.
tricks, leverages, that I'm gonna give it, that you all won't have. But for instance, Zaggio Studio is a rebuild of Zaggio, but not for WordPress, for HTML. But the things that are going into Zaggio Studio as part of the builds are a lot of the things that I've learned in the last 12 weeks, right? Like open knowledge format. I mean, I don't even know how many of you know about what Google open knowledge format, but that's going into here. And then the we've cracked AI thing, that is going into here. And then, you know, the style of site, like on a per page level, do you want your content to be written as a local business, as a micro niche directory, as an AI overviews, you know, type of things? Like all these things that we have learned from all the tests we've doing, from all the users that we're seeing, are now going into Zagio Studio, which is the next evolution of Zagio, but it's all being built on easy. And it's just there's nothing you can't do. How much is a Zagio account per month? Zagio.com/pricing or log in. You can start for free. If you start for free, you get 7 days to get a discount. So sign up for free on Zagio.com, and then I think 77 is our lowest monthly, but our annual is a better price.
Do you have MCPs and APIs on that?
No, but I don't even know what an MCP is.
It's just like an API. It's just a way for the AIs to connect to it and get information back in and out.
Okay.
You strap that on.
No, we don't. But Marco did build uh, an agent inside of Easy that runs the Zagio builds.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. He
Yeah.
must have used something
He
like
taught
an
it.
API to do it.
He taught it a skill, like how to like literally. Here's how to log in to find the keyword, and then set up the hosting, and then I literally
Yeah.
watched it clicking through the interface of Zagio, building the
Yeah.
site.
That's
Oh, it did
nuts.
it like playwright kind of thing.
Yeah, like he used one of
Mm,
those headless browser things.
By
okay.
the way, when for part of our hey, where it's got a limitation, which I told you about at the beginning, it is a bit clunky on getting on web pages because the web was designed for human beings with mice and keyboards and stuff. So Easy can get on there and do some stuff, but it'll hit a lot of these roadblocks for bot checking things, which is just the reality of it. The web is slowly being transformed into a complete AI surface. Everyone's doing it. So like even just now, what I said with you, Herc, definitely strap an AI API on there, and it's easy to do. Easy will help you do it. So because everything is now going through APIs, it's better that the AI can get to your site than it can't, because everyone's going AI first. But yeah, there is a bit of a limitation sometimes when it's browsing. It'll like run into like a Cloudflare block and things like that. That's one limitation I think that I can think of, but it tends to get through it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So I had the same experience with Google, and but then I just asked Easy to. I just gave it a dummy Gmail account, and then it bypassed it completely, and the captcha never showed up
Yeah,
ever again.
yeah.
Just want to answer this question for Bradley. So it's in 1 month from now. So you pay the setup, that includes the first month, and then in a month's time, that's when the 100 will kick in.
I've seen this question a lot. I just want it stated publicly. People are all asking, of course, because everyone wants to dip their toe. Can they move from
Yeah.
this to this at the sale price or no?
I'm going to say yes, but they have to remind me that it came from Sargio. So
Yeah.
you can just send us a support ticket, and I'm going to say yes to that because I know you're going to want to because as soon as your family members, your clients can see what you've got access to, they will want it. They will definitely want it, and you'll want to upgrade so you can resell it to them or set it
Now
up for them.
this one I could. How many? That's 12. Oh
Yeah.
shit. I mean, I'm already there. I mean, I am going to install an agent for that cleaning client, and I am going to charge her a minimum of $1,000 a month for access to that system. I know that. And that's the point. And again, I'll restate it. What's the difference between solo, starter, scale? Really, if you want to resell instances to other people, go starter or go scale. If you're 100% going to be just running it for yourself, go solo.
Yeah.
But you will find like quickly, I believe like you saw how fast I scaled to like my devs. Like I have 7
Took
installations
you a
going.
day. Took you a day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
was a
didn't take
day,
long.
Herc.
And they there was pushback from my devs especially.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I was like,
Yeah.
yes, you are. And then now Marco, like I said, it was so funny. Within 72 hours, he went from I'm not fucking giving it access to the servers to like it has access to the entire organization now.
Oh my God, slow him
within
down, man.
7 so fast.
Slow him down.
Yeah, but
Talk
look, at
about
read only,
pressure.
that's fine. Like we've
That's too
given
fast. Don't
access.
do that.
Yeah,
That's
but
too
if you're going to give
fast.
it access to certain things, guys, like your Stripe, PayPal, things like that, just start off with read only access. You
Yes, I started
just
everything with read only.
yeah,
Yeah.
read only
Everything.
access. Yeah, just want to
Can
say
I
that.
say something seriously about this as somebody who's been using AI since the moment it was born? Look, it's amazing, it's powerful, it's super cool. Everything we're telling you is true, but like you can hire a brilliant person in your company and they can screw shit up real easy, okay?
Yeah.
That's what happens with human beings, same with AI. And mainly, I've realized it didn't really screw it up. It's just you get so lazy with it, like, oh, just do it, and
Oh
just
yeah.
go and do this. And then you're not paying attention and it's asked you a question
Yes.
like, hey, shall I delete that database? Just do it, man. And you just don't realize because you get so lazy. And so it's what the problem is, you have to get a little bit of time for yourself. Yeah, even if the AI did it right, you just gave it some really stupid instructions and it just followed them to the
I'll
T,
give you two
warned you three
examples.
times.
I have two
I've done it
working
so
examples
much.
of that right now.
Yeah.
Because I was on a webinar, so I got a little
Yeah.
careless, right? And I do it all. I don't even know what it was gonna do,
Mm-hmm.
and I just said do it all, right? So don't do that. Read it,
No, read it.
slow down, and read it.
Yeah.
And then the
And
other
if it's,
thing was when I was
yeah,
giving it server access. So I have Zagio has we have a everybody should know that we offer hosting as part of your Zagio account, right? So you can go here and you can spin up a hosting instance. So I
sweet.
gave it access, and the next level of service that we have, it's not there yet for people, but you can have your own server, right? The whole server, because we know how to get good servers and set them up cheap. And that way you can run 1,500 sites if you want to, right? So I gave it access to my server, and then I was saying, go list the sites on the server, make sure everything's mapped correctly, you have the right SSH and shit like that. And then I was just being a bit careless, and it said, "Do you want me to harden security?" And I didn't really read what hardened security meant.
You got locked out.
And I said yes. Well, I didn't. Then the next day, my server administrator, Marco Vasic, he's like, "Dude, I can't get into that server." And he's like, "Did you change your password?" I was like, "No." And he's like, "Did you let your AI agent into there?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, but like all it did was like read some sites." And he's like, so I went back and I asked it. I was like, "What did you mean by hardened security?" And it's like, "Oh, I locked everybody out." I was like, "Can you
Yeah,
go back and
exactly.
undo that, please?" Like that's not what I meant. So yeah, go slow. It did undo it, of course, because I'm the gatekeeper to my stuff, right? So you always, I mean, I could probably tell it to lock me out of my own server. I don't know if it would do that. I would
It
never
would
say
really
that though.
complain. It would
Yeah,
complain a lot. It knows like it knows to warn you, but it's never it used to be the AI. It used to do stupid things back about a year ago. Nowadays it doesn't do that so much. Now it'll be it warned you three times. You weren't paying attention. It
yeah,
asked you, "Are you sure?" And you were like, "Of course, just get on with it," because you're doing like five other things and talking to your wife or something. And that's what happens now. So the key, and by the way, yours is really verbose. You got it. Like I told mine to like cut it down. Like, dude, that's too much text. I'm like, bro, make this like really short. That's how
I
I
must have
told it
said the
from.
word concise 15 million times in my
Then tell it to write it to your agent's file. If it's
yeah,
ignoring you, I'll give it in more instructions to pay attention to that because sometimes what happens if I it will do it just for that conversation, but then the next one will be back. So if you want it to be permanent, you just say to the main agent, look, from now on, I want you to be more concise. So write this into my agent's file. That's that. Yeah. Let's see what you've got here.
Yeah. And by the way, I saw a question before,
Yeah, you've done a
if
lot
you
of
could
this.
talk
Yeah.
to it, and the answer is yes. You can just hit the microphone icon and just talk to it.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, and we have a crappy voice mode as well.
Yeah. No, no, but this is different. Voice mode is different to
Yeah.
doing
Just
speech to
talking to it.
text. Yeah.
never ask Herc to look something up that you could look up yourself.
Oh man, how many times I've told AI that. It does just ignore some. Look, it's got a certain level of focus. Like we've talked about 400 things in this presentation now. So, everyone's going to remember a bit of it, right? That's how humans are. We're all like that. AI is the same. If you give it like 50,000 things to do, it'll remember 5,000 of them. but the other 45,000 are just basically ignored. And it has to do that. There's no other way for it to work. If it paid attention to everything you've ever said, it wouldn't be able to move because we all contradict ourselves constantly. So it's constantly balancing and weighing its like choices. You can see it thinking about it if you look at its thinking. It's not anywhere near perfect. Look, 6 months from now, God Almighty, it's going to be. We saw what Fable was like. It was unbelievable. So we know it's going to get better. Like, this is the worst. Again, this is the worst it will ever be. But yeah, consider that it consider sometimes tell it to clean these files up. Say, could you have a look at this and just kind of like, are my instructions contradicting ourselves? Where can we clean this up? Can we make it simple? That will improve things. There's a bit of housekeeping, not a lot, but a bit of housekeeping you can do for this. And by the way, Herc, the new memory stuff's coming out soon. I need to talk to you about that. So we really just going to finalize and put that in a great place. I think you, especially being one of the leading memory users, we're gonna go through that. But yeah, so it's all about focus, about context, and just telling it what you want.
And if you guys are intimidated by things like role user and agent MD files, don't worry about that. That's advanced level shit. You can also talk to it about it and what they're for. I actually had it do that with Jeff, who was kind of going a little too fast with his agent. And he launched one of the first things he did was launched like 10 agents each for specific roles in his job. And then his files were all messed up, and some of them didn't even know who Jeff or his company was. So I went back
Wow.
and with his agent said, listen, we need to talk about role user and agent files. We need to align certain things. We need to fix this. It did it all for me, but I understood what it was doing. If you don't worry about it. That's stuff like you're going to get on the training and shit like that in the community, which you guys have a school group now, right? For that, or you're launching one, I
No,
believe.
no school group yet. I was just looking into it today.
Yeah.
So we've hired a new staff member today to help set all that up. We did try Discord. We're not sure if we're going to continue with that. But I do like how you've set up school. I want to look into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But for
Yeah.
now, it's just going to be we're going to be doing the weekly updates via video or a community call from time to time. And yeah, so just make sure you're on that welcome call, guys, for the people that jumped on.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
community access is a really big thing versus
Yeah.
going open source with other models. Like, like they have communities too, of course. I'm not gonna lie. Like there's Facebook communities for everything, but there's also a lot of noise sometimes that you gotta understand how to wade through. This is pretty focused, I would say. And I mean, you guys know that you can see I'm heavy into easy now, and that will be, distilling over to my school community, right? Like I'm probably going to be releasing in the DLA group easy focused trainings and stuff like that, because it's part of my workflow now. It's part of who I am now, so that it will move over there. So a lot of like the advanced level shit, like we're talking about shit that some of you are like, what the fuck are you talking? I remember when somebody was talking about Soul MD, and I was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I
And you
got
know
rid
what
of that,
Soul?
man.
Yeah.
I got rid of that. I didn't like the idea of them saying soul because it ain't got a soul. Don't
No, it's
pretend.
souls.
We don't want to pretend it's a human being. It's not a human being. It's got a personality. It's based on you, and it's got like intelligence for sure. It's got loads of knowledge. It's really capable. It doesn't have a soul. It's not like doesn't want one. It's not needing it. It's a different type of thing. We just got to find a place in our world, in our psychology to understand where this thing is. And it's new, so everyone's finding a place for it. But like, 20 years before the internet, if you told people you could write on the internet, make a call across the internet, people were like, what, how is that possible? And now it's just commonplace. Everyone knows what it is. In a few years' time, it'll be commonplace. People will understand what AI is. They won't be afraid of it in the same way. It's kind of it is what you make of it. It is just another tool. It's not like, and it certainly isn't replacing human beings. Not for any human beings who have, like, I'm very lucky to have great people in my life. You guys are like super cool people, and I'm surrounded by super cool people. No AI is ever going to replace that. I don't care how good it gets, right? So
Mhm.
once we know that as a species, this will become a simpler point. And so I got rid of the idea of soul. It's role, user, and agents. That's it.
Yeah.
But so just quickly, agents basically is something that will load, that kind of goes into the memory of the thing every time you start a new chat. That's the same with role, user, and agent. Every time you start a new chat, those are the kind of instructions, let's say, the starting point for the LLM, among many other things it's got to do. So it's kind of your customization of your own AI,
Yeah.
your own agent, and each agent has its own one. So you can just change them around, and you can talk to the agent and tell it, look, kind of you're messing up a lot. As you can see, the hard rules that Herc has put in there, and it will do its best to follow them. Do its best.
I've never
Crazy
really
world,
read
huh?
through my things.
What's that? What they
Um,
say?
I created them, but it's interesting to sometimes go back and see like what you're
Yeah.
telling it to do because it
Your
affects the
sins.
outcome. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, this offer, I am going to keep this well, I'd love to keep it open forever, guys. That's not going to be possible. I believe if with your guys' permission, I'll do what I normally do. This will close Monday at midnight. This this offer.
yeah, that's perfect because Tuesday is the welcome call. So um, anybody signs up between now and then, you'll automatically get the invite for the Tuesday welcome call. And Peter, for support, just go to hello at, or you send an email to hello at easy.one, or go to easy.one/help. And so if you just go to the help page now, go to easy.one/help.
Yeah.
You'll see that we ask you to ask easy first.
Please. Why are you bothering us? Ask the machine.
That's hilarious.
But yes, if you want to get in touch with us personally, the best way to do that, Peter, is to jump on board and meet us on the welcome call, meet us on the community call, um, open our emails whenever we send an update, which is usually on a Wednesday. But yeah,
Yeah, I'll say this about because it did get asked, how do I get in touch with David or Frank? Guys, they're probably a lot like me where, we are very busy. We have a business to run. You are going to get as close to us as we are going to allow you to, but being involved in Easy is going to put you at the front of the line as far as access to guys like David, Frank, and myself, like, people in my community here. You have pretty damn good access to me. And I would assume it's going to be the same for you guys. You know what I mean? There's always sales and stuff like that. That's going to get routed to the proper agents so that they can be efficient in their job, stuff like that. And if the agent deems it, you know, if their help agents or whatever deem like David needs to deal with this or Frank, you'll get that. But the closest you'll get to us guys is being involved in the projects that we're building, right? And that just
Yeah.
makes sense. I understand that now from a deeper level about that.
Yeah.
You're lucky to have that, to be honest. Like I'm closing access to me harder and harder all the time. But I
These
want to
things
work
only
with the right
happen
people.
once. Yeah. They only happen once in a lifetime, things like this. We're just super lucky to be in this situation. I think all of us. It's just incredible. It's weird to have something so, it's weird to have something where everybody needs it. Like that's the weirdest thing. I've been in tech a long time and never ever seen a product where everybody needs it. I mean, that's AI in general, right? But like having a frontier AI harness is like weird. It's so yeah, we do have a lot of potential. We have a lot of people, like all my friends and I, like, Frank, can you have a coffee and do this? And I'm like, bro, I want to, but watch
Yeah.
the video. There's a certain limit because it's n to one, as we say in mathematics or programming. It's multiple to one. So we want to. So our job really, this is what we're kind of doing. We want to get as much of what we can tell you and what we can help with as much as in the best way possible to serve as many people at the same time as we can while maintaining as close a personal relationship as physically possible for a human being with a limited amount of time per day. And that's what we're going to be doing. And so you guys are like in zero circle, right? So after this, there's no way we're going to be doing that at that level, right?
Yeah.
It's just never going to happen again. Like
You
we
guys
would
want
be
to know
mad.
how early you are. This is your second live sales
Yeah.
offering of this product. The second.
Yeah.
I'm lucky
Yeah.
that I'm number two. Mike Martin was number one. Him
That's
and
right.
David have a very long standing relationship. This is number
Yeah.
two. This is how early you
Yeah.
are. So I'm lucky to be like even in the top three, five, 10, whatever.
We were super psyched when we heard it. Was because David explained like all about it, and David's like, "Hey, you need to meet Herc. You need to meet." He was going on about it for ages. So you need to be Herc. You need to be Herc. You need. So yeah, it was super psyched, man. Mike was cool, and then we got to meet you, and this is just like just it. I couldn't be happier for a start. I'm so sick of being like, because obviously with tech, I'm surrounded by a lot of those tech bros and all that crew. And that's kind of the world I come from. There's all these conferences, everyone's like, and this is just the better way to do it. You know, we're back to being kind of team. We're back to real stuff. Real nobody's like calling HR. You know, we're all very full of shit, all of us in our own special ways, and we like we discuss everything, we talk about everything, and the product benefits from that because it's just like when you tell me something's wrong, I'm like super happy because I know it's coming from you. I know you love the product, so I can fix it, and I know I'm not wasting my time with some asshole, you know what I mean, who's just saying it for some stupid reason. It's a big thing, man. Tech has been a mess for a long time. It's been filled with a lot of very unsavory people, to be honest with you, and that's why we see all these products that promise so much and then really ruin the world around them. Like we were saying at the beginning of this, you know, there's a lot of tech products that are like, "Hey, man, we're going to give you a gig economy job," and then it just turns out it's more slavery for everyone. You know what I mean? Like we're just going to monopolize the whole market, and then we're going to just rinse you for every penny you've got. That's the world, and so to be out now of that and to be part of like real businesses, real people, real experiences. It's and to have a super like top leading AI harness in the world, which is converting. I mean, so yeah, we love this product, and that's why we're doing this.
You know,
That's
it's
why
one
we
of the
get to
coolest
to have this
things
fun.
for me, like literally when I talked about the story of how it came to be that I'm on easy versus, going, and it was this post right here, like none of this is bullshit. It's all such a real
Yeah.
story. It was Dan Kurtz, who's brilliant, right? All these guys are brilliant. All these guys. This was the guys that were speaking at the mastermind in Phoenix, and they're all brilliant. And Dan Kurtz is a very helpful guy, and he said, I'll put together the OpenClaw instruction set for you." And I was literally about to do it. Now, I went easy and I feel so kind of cool. I feel like I'm in this insiders club now because all these guys are using the open source Hermes and they're talking about all their Hermes things
Yeah.
and I'm like, I got something a little different going on over here, boys. And like, I want to show them, you know what I mean? And eventually I will show them, but I think I'll let
Yeah.
my results speak first, right? Like
Yeah.
when they come to me and they say, "What the are you doing? How are you doing this?" Then I can say, "Dude, I'm on easy. Like I didn't go the Hermes route. I didn't go the open claw route. I really feel uh, like I'm on the inside of something kind of completely unique. And I know I am. I actually am. Having
Yeah.
this level of access to you guys has been so amazing. So yeah, it's been a month. May 20. It's been 28 days, guys. May
Wow.
25th. Um,
Lot.
That's it. 28
yeah,
days.
28 days.
How much have we done in 28 days?
Ah,
I've
it's
done
That's
more
crazy.
than I've
insane.
done in the last 2 or 3
Crazy.
years. Like
Me too.
again, the best example I have is it's so retarded. Like even Suryanshu is like, I was like, dude, can you do me an image for my new webinar? Oh, look, it auto redirected because the webinar is over to the offer. I built that. I
Wow.
built it to do that. Um,
Wow.
so now you guys, if you go back to your emails and you click the registration email to register this for this webinar, it's just going to automatically redirect you to this page.
Yeah,
But we're going to
and
put
we'll
the
put
replay up.
the replay video
Yeah,
on
yeah.
this page as well. Yeah.
But the point of what I'm trying to say, guys, is like instead of sending an email, I built a webinar platform analytics system before I sent the email. And that's what I'm talking about. I had an idea. I just wanted a better experience. Hopefully you guys saw it with like in an hour. In an hour, I built an entire webinar analytics, a registration, and even David and Frank. And I didn't know it did this. It did this on its own. I gotta open up the sheet. It sent them their own like join links and shit.
Yeah, I saw that today. I was like,
Yeah, yeah, I
holy
got
crap.
that. I thought you did that on
I didn't
purpose.
do that. It did that.
No, I was like, what
Dude,
the hell?
you've
This
let
is
your AI
awesome.
go wild, man. It's wild. It's emailing people now.
Okay, so here's David's. Oh, see, it even redirected yours, David.
Yeah,
But yeah, now,
but I
but I
saw it. It
told
was
it,
like join as a presenter. I
yeah,
saw it. I was
here's your
By
like,
the way,
presenter link, right?
yeah,
And
pet
then
peeve.
it has 4 states. It's like pre-webinar, live webinar,
Oh wow.
before replay, and once replay is live. And it handles the registrations and the pages based on those 4 states. So, like, actually, right now, where it's supposed to be, but I already turned on the redirect, is an interstitial saying, "Hey, the webinar is already over. The replay will be here when it's done. Do you want to be notified? Click this button." And then it sends the user an email when it's ready. And
Damn.
it's all just like these ideas of again leaning on my. I've marketed so many products and I've done so much stuff like, oh, it would be so cool because back in the day I couldn't do this or couldn't do that, and today it's like rather than send that email, I built an entire webinar marketing system inside of 1 hour because I knew that was a bigger benefit to me overall than getting the email out to you on time. I've only sent 2 emails for this webinar. Most guys would like hammer the piss out of their email lists, replays, unopens,
Mhm.
this and that. I don't need to. I don't even want to. The people that need to be here will show up, right? And then building that whole system because I know overall it's better for my business, but I know that I can do it. I was like, I have to send this out in the next hour. Should I send now or should I build a webinar marketing system? Logged into Easy, build me a
Insane.
webinar marketing system. And this is the power. So
It
I don't
really
know.
is mad, isn't it? It's
Does
mad.
anybody have any questions like me? Us three are just like now going on and on. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
fun.
we're at four
You're all still
hours
here
now.
though. 4 hours? I was kidding. Somebody said Herc's. I thought he was kidding about the 6 to 8 hours. I really was. But I
This
told you
is
guys I
yeah.
wasn't. I was like, one thing you can guarantee about me is I'll never bullshit you. When I tell you like this webinar is going to be insane, like I really mean it. Like I feel it. You know what I mean? I feel it, and I don't promote everything under the sun because everything's shit. This isn't. This is by far the most powerful thing ever, ever.
It's bizarre, isn't it? It's
Thanks.
really bizarre.
Cool.
It's weird that we have it. Like we're in a small group of people here in the world who have like seriously got something that like probably 200 million people would want now, and we're the only ones with it. Like it is insane if you think about it. What
Hmm.
what happens in our reality that we end up here?
I
Like
can't
it's
wait for a year from
insane.
now. Yeah, yes,
I
I can.
know. Yeah. By
Oh,
a year from now, can you
a year from now,
imagine?
because you got
Oh
to
my
understand
God.
everybody. Like it's like that saying, like the tide raises all boats, and that's
Yeah,
the situation here because frontier models are getting better, local models are getting better. Your harness is continually getting better. So you're not just empowering and growing in power like one piece at a time. They're all getting, and every time any one of those
it's insane.
improves, the whole system improves. Like when Easy
By an
gets an
order of
update, it's
magnitude.
better. When
Yeah,
GPT gets an update, Easy's better. Like it doesn't matter who improves, you get the benefit as the user, right?
it's insane.
It's
It
insane.
really is weird. And the thing is built in these kind of like points where the AI talks to the world and computers. So every time we add one, it's not just that we added one, it's just that all the other ones can now work with that one. So you've got like this new surface that just expands it by an order of magnitude. So like we added the email capabilities properly. And suddenly all these other functions could use the email. So it was like, hey, I can do this now. And it's just weird to see. We've got this webhooks now where it can listen. That means it can, a foreign system like say Zendesk can like message Easy at any time, night or day, and Easy will know how to receive that message and then just put that in whichever way you want it to go. Easy itself can tell it when I get a Zendesk message, just run this thing, check my messages, check if there's any support tickets, add a new one, and that little piece of functionality just can be wired into anything.
Oh yeah,
Like
I did that.
yeah, it's bizarre, man.
I
Just like
have it
seeing it happen.
analyzing my two school groups. So I have my big community here, which is the free to join community. I have it analyzing this every 24 hours, scanning for new messages that are likely of interest for me to answer, and it summarizes those and sends it to my Telegram daily
Yeah.
so that I don't have to like waste my time logging in and checking messages. You know what I mean? Like I just check my phone. It's like you have 5 messages you need to respond to. It can even suggest the responses for me, and it's pretty good, but I'm not going to go that far. I want
Yeah.
human responses in my community.
Yeah.
But it just gives you an idea of like some of the shit
On
you
on
can do.
Z-
Same thing
on
in the support
Zendesk,
desk.
yeah, we had Zendesk. What David had set up was you tell him what did you do with the drafts thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically it would analyze the ticket, the inquiry from customer. It would check what the installation URL was to see if there's an issue with the hardware or if there's any problems. It would then report back. It would write the draft, but I haven't given it full autonomy. I would have to go in and read the messages first before they go out to customers. But yeah, that's all of that is fully automated. And sometimes I'll just, before I even come to the office, I'll just leave a voicemail on Telegram. I'll be like, is there anything urgent right now? Set something up to send me a text message as soon as if a customer's stuck and it's high priority, it just sends me a message now. And then the rest will be like, yeah, you can answer these in a few hours. They're lower priority kind of thing. But I haven't given it full autonomy yet. I don't think like with you, you want the human responses, Herc. I do want to make sure that the responses that are going out are accurate. But it's crazy how much time it's saving us, and just training the new staff member that joined today on how to manage all this using Easy has absolutely blown her mind. She can't believe it.
David says, could a
Nice.
client, example, a plumber who is using my lead gen site, also get their own easy agent customized to their business and location? Absolutely, David. And that's something you could resell to that client, which is exactly what I'm doing with my cleaning client. You just need to have starter or above. And like somebody asked earlier, what's the difference between an instance and a client install? It's literally the same thing, right? This
Yep.
is one version of Easy for you to use. This is your version plus two more versions that you can either use or resell. This
Mhm.
is your version plus 11 more instances that you can either use or resell. How do you resell it? Tell Easy that you want to set up a resell. Choose your price. I'd suggest hooking up to Stripe with the API. If you don't know how to use it, just ask Easy. It will tell you exactly. It'll walk you through step by step, and he can even link you to the documents. I've had it do that, and then you have a payment gateway. So you could say, "Hey, client plumber, like I can install a easy installation for you. Just go pay, you know, the $5.99 or $4.99 per month, and boom." And then you come in here, you go into your easy when you get the scale or starter plan. Sorry, scale or the other one. You'll get a gateway like this. It's secured, of course. I'll log in here one more time, just because that reseller aspect is really really attractive. I will show it to you. Of course, I'm greedy. I use them all for myself. Um, Easy. So there you go. So there's mine, and it lives on this URL. See this like hashed URL dot myeasy.one, and then here's Marco, my developer, who's building Studio. That's a different hashed URL. So this is literally a different server hosting environment specifically for this, right?
And you can put
And
your own custom domain on it too.
yep, and then that's the access credentials for it. So you control, like if you resell these, say I want to spin up the one for my client, I would just come up here. You again, I want to be clear, you have to have starter or scale to do this. You would come up here, new installation, enter the installation name, create a username and a password, click create. It's it spins it up, creates the server, the partition, the space, and then you hand it to your client. You hand them the keys, and
That
then whatever
easy.
you want to do. If you want to help them set it up, I think that's a great idea, to be honest. But that's theirs. Now, say they stop paying you, that's okay. See this button? Stop. That stops their installation. They can no longer access it. So you are the gatekeeper of the additional. So kind of think of it as white label reselling easy, right? To your clients. Or if you're like me, I want my support team to have their own installation. I want Suryanshu to have his own installation. It's kind of your choice. And it's
Yeah,
just
and you can
separate
and you can change the
systems.
colors and the logo to match your clients. You can do all
Yeah.
of that
Like I have
just the
mine
same way.
Zagioto, except for gold, not purple. I don't know why.
You're in dark mode, I noticed as well.
Yeah, I like dark mode for my eyes.
Yeah,
Have
me
I?
too.
I honestly, I haven't checked it in dark mode. So if you ever notice something vanishes, it's because I'm a. But has it been fine so far? You haven't seen any visual anomalies, really?
No, not really.
That's good.
I
I must admit, I haven't been tracking dark mode.
well, I just find like dark mode's only the text is white instead of the whole screen. And I have, like I
Yeah.
said, I have I think 48 inches of screen in front of my face
Same from
So I
here to
need
here.
like less light coming into my eyeballs, my brains. Okay, good,
Does
Eric.
it do? Did we make it system based as well on the appearance? Can it do the time of day stuff? If not, we should add that.
The what?
Time of day where you say dark or light. Yeah,
Oh,
system. Yeah.
you probably could do it.
System will follow. Yeah, it follows whatever your system's set to.
Ah,
Wow.
ah,
You didn't know that?
I did not.
I just found out we did that. No, I remember early on, I wasn't sure if we kept it or not. Yeah, it's mental, man. There's so much stuff.
Cool.
But
Okay,
yeah,
guys, I'm
the
gonna do
UI's.
last chance. We're slowing way down here. So, and this is
Oh yeah, man, I'm
marathoning now.
knackered.
We're 5 hours. We're actually almost at that 6 hour joke mark,
Oh damn.
which is hilarious.
Wait, what are you saying? Five? When did we start?
We're at
7?
5 hours. No, four
Oh
Four,
hours.
four,
no,
four.
4 hours.
4 hours. Yeah,
Still pretty
that's the
Woo!
good.
amount of sleep I got last night. So there we go.
Yeah.
Symmetry.
Whoever
Well, it's
just
11
joined it.
p.m. there for you,
I don't
right?
know who's
Right?
joined. I know some of you have because I seen it in the chat. Like, yeah, good luck sleeping
Yeah.
Yeah.
once you get started. Can Easy replace GHL? Easy could build GHL if that's what you wanted it to do. But yes, it could. Here's a hint, guys. Here's a big hint for you. If there's a feature of GHL that you want built for your own purposes, okay? All you got to do is tell Easy to go to the GHL help docs or dev docs, like API often or help docs, and have it analyze all the help docs, and it will come back and know exactly what to do for you.
Yeah.
I've done that. How I built Ring Robin was literally going to what call rail, right?
Nice.
And I had it pull in every single help doc from CallRail to understand what a call tracking solution should look like. But then I also said, okay, what can we do that they don't do? And that was like the dynamic chirp stuff. I don't know if you guys are into it or whatever, but like all the features that are completely unique, they don't even exist elsewhere, is because it understood what the market products were, and then it had a lot of my, again, previous experience, knowledge, or SOPs or processes, or me straight up telling it like, listen, when a caller calls, don't just say caller calling from website. Say who is the person that's calling, where are they from, what did they do on your site before they dialed. Like, that's called our dynamic chirps feature, like stuff like that. This is one of the quickest ways to advance yourself from other products, is to use their help docs to train Easy on what it is that you specifically want. That's like, think of
Mhm.
it as context, right? There's nothing more contextual than a help doc.
Yeah. Do you tell it to make a skill after you do that?
No.
Do that some, it's really useful if you tell it make a skill. I should sort of prompt it to ask you guys this, but it's a skill is like just a basic a document that contains all of the information on one particular kind of skill. And so if you've just finished telling it scan a whole thing, you can say, listen, make a skill. If you're going to use it again, you say make a skill, and then next time you go to a new chat, it will just pull that right up as one fully prepared, cleaned up, nice process that, and then it can evolve on that skill. So anytime it makes a mistake, or it'll add a little note to the skill, and that will evolve with your whole system. It's very cool. We're going to put that in the team room thing, so you can share that with like teams. Like if you say figured out call rail, make a skill, and then that's
Yeah.
it. Next time you say call rail, it's going to pick it right up and continue where you left off in
I'm
any
sure
chat you've got.
there's things inside of Easy that I could be doing or tweaking to make everything even beyond better
Yeah,
than what it is, like attaching folds. I don't even know what that does, right? But if I figure that shit out, um, it's already so
yeah,
powerful that I don't have any concerns. Until I have a concern, I have no concerns. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I'm not yet worried about the opportunity cost of things I don't know about. I'm
Yeah,
too.
we need to get it to prompt you though, so it doesn't become a strain on you having to learn it. You know, that's the key thing. We don't want you to have to learn how to use Easy. We want Easy to learn how to work with you. So that's just like a failing. Like I haven't put a first class part in the system where it kind of goes, "Hey, you've just done this whole thing. Why do we make a skill?" That's what it should be doing. And then you'd just go, "Yeah, why do it?" You know, and then it can maybe explain to you what it did and how it works the first time, so it doesn't like bother you about it again. That yeah, but I agree with you. I noticed a lot of people. We've got a lot of features that people aren't using, and I'm kind of happy right now. Let's evolve the base core features, and then we'll expand out all of us together like people say, hey, you know that flow thing, let's get that going properly. You
Oh
know,
yeah, I haven't even
I
touched that.
yeah, good because it's very primitive. I mean, it's beautiful, but like we're not even going to get into this now. As somebody said, it's 2 a.m. where they are. But in Malik. Yeah, there's a lot under the hood that needs to be revealed. So I guess we'll just slowly now mature it and roll it out all at once. And eventually it'll just become a bunch of things where you say, do this and it's done it. You don't care the mechanism it did it.
Mm,
You're not going to care. You just want
exactly.
the job done. Yeah, that's the key. You just want the job done. You don't need to give a damn about how it works underneath the hood. As long as it's getting the job done safely and you're getting what you need, that's the way we need to look at this. No
Yeah.
more tech crap, you know what I mean? Just leave the tech. Let's leave the tech crap in the early 2000s.
Is there a
Get lots of
limit to
thumbs
how
up for
many
that.
docs or websites Easy is exposed to? It's your choice, how many docs and websites you give it exposure to. I guess, like you said, how it is exposed depends on Claude capacity. No, Claude capacity is only its capacity to work. How much capacity for the $20 a month subscription? Again, kind of a variable thing. It's dependent on the depth of the job that it has to do, I would say.
Not yeah,
It's
$20.
not
My
going to be
brother
much,
tried
yeah.
that. Yeah, he was frustrated. He was like, I get to work for, and he was freaking out. He goes, it works for about an hour, and then I have to wait 4 hours till Claude resets. I'm like, dude. And he
Just
kept on
upgrade.
trying it every way. Yeah, I was like, stop it. And then he went and got the $100 one, and he
Well,
said
the
that was
other
great.
option is to just add different models, right? And then you could route to
Yeah,
different models. You could daisy chain. Like if you run out of Claude real fast, just have it hop over to GPT. And then again, it's the complexity of the jobs. If you're having it write you, a 5 page or a 5 email follow-up sequence, that's going to happen really fast without a lot of tokens. If you're going to have it develop a website, it's going to be a little more heavy that way, right?
yeah.
If
I'm,
I
I'm
place my, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say you mentioned development. That's where it's weakest, I think, in development. So I'm really impressed in what you've done with it because as a developer, I'm like I use Claude Code and all these things, like I said at the beginning. But I'm really impressed how it's been working, and I will put if you like if you run into things, do let me know so I can seriously enhance its ability to code. I just didn't think that was something people would want right now so much. And we also have different definitions of coding. Like if I'm building a clustered, like kind of network infrastructure thing, I don't know where I'd like to. We should talk more about that so you can help me and we can evolve it to really do what you do even better and more like using less tokens and more efficiently. And so let me know about that because I wasn't really thinking of it as a coding harness.
Well,
There are
the
so
way that
many of them
I'll
out
tell you
there.
right now, the way we use it for coding is the first thing we do is we create a workspace for each product we have, and then we upload the Git repo, the source code,
Yeah,
the front and the back end. We'll give it read access to any databases, and then it understands the product as it exists now.
because Fold gets it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then we work from there, and it does a
Okay.
great job, right? Because it knows.
That's impressive. How big are your repos? Are we? That's the other
Oh,
question.
some
Are
of them
these
are pretty big.
when you say pretty big, like a 5,000, 100,000, 200,000
Shit.
files? And by the way, Kurt asked if I place my sites on Hostinger and I cancel Easy One, are the sites standalone? Yeah, of course they are. And in fact, as Herc just said, you would just put it in your own repo. It can work on your own repo, like we promised you. It's your data. So, if you host it on Easy, because Easy has a limited hosting capacity itself, then no, it would go down with your thing, but you'd still keep the repo. What we suggest you do is if you're, as you said, on Hostinger, it's on Hostinger. And your repo is on GitHub. So it's all yours. And Eric, yeah, I know, yeah, the ability to have it code for us really, it's a tricky one because coding is a very big, uh, very powerful orchestration process, and every tool has its scope. So I never thought of easy as being that, but as we're evolving it, it's turning out it can just do it. So yeah, we'll put some effort into really making that kind of a first class-ish citizen, but that's my world. Been a developer since I was 6 years old, so I'm very sensitive to making claims about coding. There are all of the power of all of the companies went into coding harnesses first, so they're really powerful and really strong. Claude Code is incredible. As much as I don't like Anthropic, Claude Code is incredible. There's a few others, Rue and Codex is meh. But yeah, it looks like I mean Herc's breaking the rules here. I told him it wasn't for coding, but hey, he went ahead and coded, and we'll kind of evolve that then. We'll kind of evolve that, I guess.
Well, I think as it stands for my needs, it's more than competent. It's more than competent. By the
That's
way, the
great, man.
size of our biggest repo is 618 meg.
How many files is that? Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Why? Why do we even like I can't I nearly myself. I was like, go to GitHub and check here and then click there. I forgot. Um oh
Funny.
oh yes it is. Silly. Tell it. By the way, sometimes AI will say it doesn't have a credentials a week. By the way, it keeps on forgetting. We have to rip that out. That's from OpenClaw. We're going to rip that out and improve that at some point. But if it forgets a credential or it does something when you know it can do it, just tell it, try again, please,
I have
and
a
try a different
credential
way.
store that I set it up, and it's
Need to talk to you about that as well.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was pretty important for the amount of credentials and
Where are you
buttons.
hosting repos, by the way? Are they on GitHub or not?
No GOGs. We did an open source one.
Okay, cool. And there's another one, a Gitea, which is fantastic. And now this thing, oh man, there's a lot of things it can do, which I shouldn't say, but it can host anything on your home, on your computer. So you can really host anything, and that's a new thing for people. Just the ability to host all the many open source projects there are in the world. That opens up a whole bunch of power, guys. If nothing
Yeah.
else,
You know what? I
just for
never
you.
really knew how to use GitHub, right? And lately I'm finding myself grabbing a link from GitHub and just throwing it into easy and saying, install this, make it happen. And it just does it. And I'm like, oh, this is too
It's
cool.
it's too cool. The amount of power that just got unlocked for the human beings when you don't have to worry about nerds or reading up a whole bunch of README docs on a GitHub repo. Now you can just do it yourself. Go have a look at what open source projects that exist in this world, people. Because spin up a hosting it and say, okay, I want you to install the word replacement cloud, Libra. I want you to install this, and you could, home automation, home hub. You can make like
Yeah,
I've got a
well,
NAS
even
here.
like I'm
Yeah, go
using
on.
so instead of paying, thousands of dollars a month for my email marketing, I just found an open source project and it handles I've got unlimited contacts and I can just send emails. And it just walked me through the steps of setting everything up. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
See, if you
I'm
made
gonna have to
skills
go
for them,
soon,
Herc, you
guys,
get a
because
credit.
the alarm in the building will trigger soon, and then the security guys are gonna come in.
Well, we can wrap it on that then. We can wrap it on that. Like David's getting evicted from his property because of the
Well,
security
no, yeah, because
guys.
I'm in a commercial office space, and they've got I think it's like 10:30 p.m. The alarm automatically goes on, and I've got to run it to the 3 flights of stairs to disable it.
Herc's still pulling that last thing.
Oh, there's so
Yeah,
many
But
let's have a
things.
yeah,
look.
Like it never ends, right? Oh
yeah, it
yeah,
never
30
ends.
3,100 files in that Git.
Okay, that's yeah. So like for instance, in our repos we'll have like, 250,000. So that's the kind of that's the kind of thing. And I'm thinking more in terms of all of that all the time. And I guess I need to adjust for like kind of normal commercial usage, which is probably around up to 10,000 files, things like that, I think, which you can handle easily.
That's for
So
this. That's for Zagio panel, which is our biggest. Uh,
that's a big one, yeah.
that's the big one, yeah.
It's actually very efficient code if it's done it in such because there's no
Only
rot
10
in there.
years
There's
of
no.
coding to get to that point, which I can now replace inside of 30 days if I wanted to.
It's insane, isn't it? What a weird
It's a
world.
little nutty, to be honest. Like I
All
said,
your
my
developers
devs
speed up 10
are
times.
they've vocalized it to me like we're afraid for our jobs, and I'm like, don't worry,
No.
guys. And that proves the point. I said, don't be afraid for your jobs. Don't be afraid for your salaries because I don't want to do this alone. I want the human. You guys were with me through it thick and thin, and you're staying with me. You might have to adapt your ways as developers, but that's fine, right? That
Yeah.
shows right there that I care more about people than I care about efficiency and money.
Yeah.
I'm not
And
even like,
ironically, it will pay off in the future
oh, I know.
monetarily that you did that. No, but ironically, as it turns out, being good is good. The future we're going to, man, those developers, they're going to be 10 times the developer they are now, and creating amazing things. And the whole business, all ships, as you said, rise together. So when your developers get superpowers, the whole business gets superpowers. Everyone's off to the races.
Yeah.
And you get to work with people you know. You don't get to talk to computers all day. You can just like, speak to someone and let them worry about that part of you, the domain, that part of the business. It's a beautiful feeling. It's lovely to have a mixture of agents helping you and a small group of good people around you. Like a 10-man crew can now take on what a corporation would do.
Oh yeah, easily. And it's another interesting thing is to have given my developers their own easy installation because I have access. I don't ever I log in and I watch how they talk, and how they talk with it is so different than how I talk
Yeah.
with it because they're
Yeah.
coming from a developer perspective, right? So they're using terminology, language that I don't understand, but I'm learning. But they
Yeah.
also see how I do things, and I'm unbridled. I don't have a set of rules that I have to
Yeah.
follow.
You're like,
They're like,
don't do
what?
that. It's crazy. And
Yeah, and
then
then it's
then it
like, wait a minute,
works.
holy shit. Like, yeah,
You've
so
been
it's
doing that to me. You've been doing that to me. You keep saying things. I'm like, I can't do it. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's a really good idea. And I wouldn't have thought of it because I'm a developer and I do it this way,
yeah, you
you
have a,
know?
a way, right? And I don't know. I just shit. My favorite saying is we can land a man on the moon. We can do this. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's
Well,
nothing
you're
that can't be done.
right. And it's refreshing that like somebody Mario just said, yeah, 18 minutes left to evacuate David. That was 3 minutes ago. That's crazy,
All
man.
right, so
They
we
really gonna
will,
set an alarm?
Hmm?
David, we'll end it here for you, buddy.
Cool, thank you.
I've got to get the replay out anyways, and now I got a 4 hour.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll drive home and when the replay's done, I'll put it on the page.
Give me access to your easy. I'll do
Thanks, Elon.
it.
4 a.m. in Thailand. Hello,
You know
Thailand.
what I could do, David? I could do a bridge page for you, buddy. And then you can go to bed and we can figure out the rest in the morning.
I'm not tired. I just want to get, I just don't want the security things because
It
it'll
would look
the control
great.
room will get the phone call. They'll book the security guards. They'll come here.
Men will take you out backwards while on the presentation. It would be a great
Yeah, I
ending to the
know, right?
presentation. Who can beat that?
That'd be a good thumbnail for the
Yeah.
police officers here cuffing me out now.
Make for a good follow-up email.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true, true.
Awesome, guys. Well,
That's
thank you so
amazing.
much, David. Thank you, Frank. Thank you to all. There's 50 of you still on it here with us at this point. So
Crazy
thank you
cool.
guys for staying this long. Yeah, everyone that joined, awesome. We can't wait to see what it's like. And I'll get the replay out as fast as I can. And yeah, a lot of this will transition over into my school community and blah, 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 blah. So we're all
Cool.
agentic. Let's go, baby.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Herc.
it.
Thank you,
Yep.
David, man. Guys, this is amazing.
Cheers.
Ciao.
Okay, later,
Ciao.
guys.